Holy shit. There's so much to get to. I'm sleep deprived and there's so much to get to. Not my fault for once. You can blame Pigeon. I tried to go to sleep at a reasonable 2 a.m. Nice sensible time to fall asleep. But what was Pigeon doing at 2 a.m. and 3 a.m. and 4 a.m.? Zoom! Meow, 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 zoom! She's energetic because of Ruben. Just zooming. Was she playing with the new kitten? No, the new kitten was asleep. Ruben was asleep. She was just zooming. She had to be kicked out of the room where Ruben was in because she was being annoying. Also, she keeps doing this thing where whenever I enter the room that she's in, she just stares at me. She has such piercing eyes. Because she's fucking wall-eyed and she just stares at me. I hate it. So what's up, guys? How dare you put Pepe Train at sub only? Actually, that was White Nervosa's doing, not mine. Sorry for the link, but did you see the Florida Keys lost? Oh, boy. Hold on. Okay, guys. I know that a lot of you are virgins, but don't worry, all right? You're about to learn how to improve your life and how to get hot chicks. And you're going to do this by learning about the 6 Sigmas. I still have my Switch capture on, which is why the screen is black. I was playing Pikmin 4, which is a good game. I'm going to turn that off. There we go. That looks right. But not Sigmas like Andrew Tate. Sigmas like we're all gonna die. How was I doing this again? Okay. So in statistical terms, a sigma refers to a standard deviation of deviation, basically. And as you can see from this chart, something slightly different is happening with the sea ice in the Antarctic this year. You might notice that the red line, which represents this year, is a little different from the not red lines, which are for different years. On the left side, you can see a measurement of the standard deviation range from what is considered like a normal extent of an Arctic sea ice. Why is it different? Well, that's a great question. You know, people are still debating the climate change question. Yeah, now's a great time to buy the dip. That's a great point. I agree. Yeah, so basically right now in the Antarctic, it's winter. It's summer up in the northern hemisphere and winter down in the southern, which means that right now the Antarctic should be regaining a lot of sea ice. I mean, even in normal climate conditions, the amount of sea ice goes up and down, right? Because when it's summer in the southern hemisphere, it melts more, and the opposite when it's winter. So they should be regaining sea ice. Now, I've got good news. They are regaining sea ice down in the Antarctic, and the bad news is they're doing it very slowly. Guys, the water's not really refreezing. It's refreezing very slowly. A 6 sigma event means that it is 6 standard deviations from the norm in terms of expected ice regrowth, which is bad. I've heard different people give different numbers on this, but when climatologists talk about storm probabilities, have you ever heard the term 5-year storm, 10-year storm, 100-year storm, stuff like that? What that means is if you take the existing conditions and you average them out over a given length of time, on average, what is the length of time that you would have to go through to experience one storm of a given magnitude? Basically, like when they say 100-year storm, it doesn't literally mean it takes 100 years to get there. It means if you do the math, and it's like, well, this would be about 100. There's a lot of variety. This would be, depending on who you listen to, this would be somewhere in the tens of millions to hundreds of millions range. As in, this level of sea ice regrowth is so slow that under normal conditions, you would expect it to happen one time in many times more than the entire length of humans' history. It would be like all of humans' history, the entire existence of our species, many times over, and it would happen once. And it happened this year. For us, we got to see it. Rare event, guys. Rare, shiny. Great history moment. Also, yeah, as somebody linked, the ocean temperature outside of some parts of Florida surged to 100 degrees. Now, I don't know how much you know about the ocean, but typically the ocean is not 100 degrees. That's not normally the temperature that the ocean is, because that's quite high. That's like a hot bathtub, I think. So that's not normal. Yes. 100 degrees Fahrenheit, not Celsius. Trust me, it's plenty high in Fahrenheit. Yeah, look at that. Manatee Bay. I've been there. Marin Key, Bob Allen. Yep. Those are some comfy bathtub temperatures. That's great. Apparently, that's the hottest ocean temperature ever. That's an excellent point. You're correct. In all of human history, that is the hottest that any part of the ocean has ever been recorded to be. And in all likelihood, has ever been. You know, I don't think we missed out on some key records here. It just is. You know. Wait, ain't it winter down there? What the fuck? No, Florida's in the northern hemisphere. You know, we had the hottest year ever back in 2022, and since then we've broken the hottest year ever record like 50 times this year. So it's, you know, it's proceeding well. I like some of these bits down here. Let's see. Coral is extremely sensitive to temperature changes. Temperatures that are too hot for too long cause coral to bleach and turn white as they expel their algal food source and slowly starve to death. The water is typically in mid-80s in the region, experts said. Temperatures at the reef management aquarium were at 91 degrees. Coral was healthy then. When the aquarium teams returned on July 19th, all the coral was bleached and it was estimated 80% of it was dead. That's cool. Florida Aquarium leaves on July 6th, you know, take a little sabbatical. They come back, all the coral is dead. You know, in the span of 2 weeks, they just return, well, 80%. Another report from the Coral Restoration Foundation found, quote, 100% coral mortality at Sombrero Reef off the coast of Marathon in the Florida Keys. You know, the oceans have fallen. Billions of coral must be bleached. Andrew Ibarra was worried about his favorite reef, Chica Rocks, he told CNN. So he grabbed his snorkeling gear and his camera, hopped in his kayak, and paddled the short mile and a half off Isla Morada to the site. I found the entire reef was bleached out, said Ibarra, NOAA monitoring specialist at the Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary. Every single coral colony was exhibiting some form of paling, partial bleaching, or full-out bleaching, including recent mortality for some corals that had already died. And then here's a picture of my brain. Yeah, it's not good. So the total collapse of the oceanic food chain seems basically guaranteed, at least in some parts of the ocean at this point, which would be bad. All the fish would die. Birds that eat fish would die. Wouldn't be good. Your brain is dying. Oh, I know, Posadas John. We finally defeated nature. True. And most importantly, the phytoplankton that give us oxygen. Not so sure how climate change will affect them. It will because they they're a part of the ecosystem as well. I think they're more of a last to go than a first to go, though. Phytoplankton are pretty hardy. They want for little, but I guess we'll see. I'm no expert. Um, if they did all die, though, that would probably be it, right? That'd be it. Oxygen wise, that would be that, I think. So let's hope they don't die. Yeah. Well, we'll see, Rubber Gopher. Hard to say, Jake Simstar. It's never happened before. Okay, guys, you want a little bit of hopium? Maybe? You want a little treat? A little smidgen? Little treat? You want that? Okay. Now, maybe you've heard of this, but look, I want to be clear right off the bat. This has not been confirmed. A small research team in Korea has potentially found a way to construct reliably room temperature ambient pressure superconductors. Now, I know that sounds a bit brainy, but if that turns out to be true, it would probably be the greatest scientific discovery of our lifetimes and one of the greatest in human history, at least in terms of impact. Again, I want to be clear. One team has reported this. Right now, as we speak, scientists around the globe are racing to replicate their conclusions. So take all of this with a grain of salt. But it would be amazing. What that do? So, pardon my lack of scientific knowledge. If you know more than me, then don't email me. I don't care. You guys never learn this. But as I understand it, about 100 years ago, we discovered that you could freeze some materials, some metals, to such a low temperature that they adopt entirely new electromagnetic properties. Namely, that they conduct electricity perfectly with no loss in efficiency. And they can do cool magnet stuff. There's details online if you want to see. Problem is, the first superconductors had to be cooled with liquid helium, which is not easy to get. Later superconductors, turns out you can do it with liquid nitrogen, which is a lot easier to get. Still not that easy, though. Now, this research team is purporting to have discovered a way to do it at room temperature. Now, the reason this is huge is because superconductors are extremely useful for a lot of stuff. It's just difficult to maintain their operational efficiency because you have to keep cycling through liquid nitrogen to keep them working properly. Basically, they would be a perfect battery. See, how batteries work right now is basically you have chemicals that encourage the electrons to sit in one place, and then with the right stimulation, they sit in a different place and race through a wire. Great. But with a superconductor, which has 100% electrical efficiency when it comes to transferring electrons, if you wanted a battery, you could just run energy into the circuit and take it out when you need it. You know what I mean? Think of it like rather than putting all the electrons in a box, you could just have them run circles around a cable forever until you wanted to use that. I know that sounds stupid, but batteries are a big problem right now when it comes to energy storage, because it's really difficult to build batteries large enough to store the amount of energy that, say, like a power plant can produce throughout the day. Like, the batteries necessary to do that, the lithium-ion batteries, they'd be enormous and incredibly expensive. But if you could do all of this with a superconductor that could be operated at room temperature, you could just not have to worry about that. Look, I'm sorry, I'm not an expert on the science, but let me try to reframe this a little bit. If room temperature superconductors were a thing, it would solve the energy crisis. It would usher in a new era of human technological development. It would be unimaginably expansive. It's impossible to describe the extent to which it would change human society. It truly unimaginable. It would usher in a new era of green energy as the objectively preferable mode of powering society. It would be incredible. Could it solve climate change? Yeah. No, yeah, legitimately, yeah. Because the big issue right now with green energy is that wind and solar can't produce consistent levels of energy production. If we had room temperature superconductors, then energy could simply be stored in them, therefore allowing energy distribution to be spread out across 24 hours rather than only the times during which wind is blowing and the sun is shining. It would be incredibly important. Wouldn't it get patented and gatekept or something capitalistic like that? No. The underlying physical technology of a room temperature superconductor is not something that can be trademarked under U.S. law. Specific technology using it can be, but the underlying physical properties of those materials would not be doable. Multiple articles are saying there is a looming retraction. Yes, a lot of people are skeptical, and so am I. Personally, I don't think this is going to happen. Like I said, take it all with a grain of salt. But if it does end up happening, wouldn't that be cool? They retracted the paper? Nope. This is a different paper. This paper was published in 2021. This was the last time that a researcher said they had found a way to produce room temperature superconductors. That paper was retracted. This paper only just came out. It hasn't even gone through the peer review process yet. It will be determined to be bullshit or not pretty soon, don't you worry. But this is a different paper. The retraction has not happened yet. Maybe it will still happen. But I think it's nice to hang on to little bits of optimism while the planet dies. Quote, all evidence and explanation lead that LK-99 is the first room temperature and ambient pressure superconductor. The LK-99 has many possibilities for various applications, such as magnet, motor, cable, levitation train, power cable, qubit for a quantum computer. Quantum computers rely on the precision of quantum particles moving in predictable ways, which requires low temperatures, because the high temperature basically just means high molecular agitation. So you need very low temperatures for predictable behavior in a quantum computer. Functionally, room temperature superconductors would allow for quantum computers to operate without enormous industrial equipment, which means they could potentially be used in the home. What is a quantum computer? That's a great question. It's very complicated. I don't really know. It uses particles. It uses particles and magic, okay? You don't need to worry about it. It's fine. Okay, my attitude on quantum computers is what's that mean? Babe, what are quantum computers? Don't worry about it, kitten. Okay. Yay. That's me. All right? I'm yaying. We believe our new development will be a brand new historical event that opens a new era for humankind, the researchers wrote in the paper. Ah. The reason for superconductors' lack of electrical resistance is to be found in the electron's behavior. Just to be clear again, I really don't think this is going to pan out, but if it does, these guys are getting like the double Nobel Peace Prize. When the material achieves superconductivity, its electrons overcome their repulsion and pair up, flowing freely without loss of energy. The team argues this is happening in LK99 because of the stress caused by the copper atoms on the lead, which is not relieved by the structural uniqueness of the material. We'll see. I doubt it, but we'll see. I delay it every time you mention it, Dr. Strange. Same as Sake Tanuki. Vosh, I don't like this optimism built on a thing that's almost certainly going to prove not true. Well, I find it interesting. And also, come on. Not the easiest environment to keep people's moods up in, you know. Every day I wake up to 16 more headlines about how the world is dying faster than the pessimists predicted it would. Let's just settle on the conclusion that superconductors are really cool. Do we have that? Can we? They are really cool. The first time I saw a superconductor was it was in the Nile Red video where he made one. Pardon the noise for a moment. And the noise is done. Very complicated process, but basically you do magic to a piece of metal that makes all of its molecules get along real well together. And if you do it great, you can produce a magnet that'll make stuff levitate and conduct electricity perfectly with no resistance. That's a ferrofluid, a magnetic fluid that he's putting onto it, because, you know, why not? The gas that you see is the evaporating liquid nitrogen, because, again, this has to be kept at an extremely low temperature in order to function. You need very low molecular agitation. It is magic, effectively. Neat. Love Nile Red. Love Nile Red. Really hope the paper turns out to be correct. If the paper turns out to not be correct, then it's a deliberate falsification. There is no limit to the agony I wish upon the people responsible for this falsehood. All right. UFO hearing, please. Trust me, I know. I know about the UFO hearing. Why does this feel shorter today? Maybe, Alexa.
If you believe we have crashed craft, stated earlier, do we have the bodies of the pilots who piloted this craft?
As I've stated publicly already in my News Nation interview, biologics came with some of these recoveries, yeah.
Were they, I guess, human or non-human biologics?
Non-human, and that was the assessment of people with direct knowledge on the program I talked to that are currently still on the program.
If you believe we have crashed craft, stated earlier, do we?
It's this guy. It's this same guy. We've seen this guy before. How long is the hearing? 2 hours? That's not... is that AOC? Is AOC here? Oh, there's...
Eglin mentioned that there's something
What?
for us to get data.
I just missed some. It's Matt Gaetz, though. Who is not AOC. You're right. This is kind of a weird thumb for the Associated Press, don't you think? It looks a little bit like Nick Cage, you know, we're going to steal the Declaration of Independence to prove UFOs exist or something. Who's that guy? I don't remember you talking about him. Okay, look, okay, we're going through the Cliff Notes, because I don't care, because it's not real, okay? Look, we're going through the Cliff Notes, okay? UFO hearing key takeaways. A lot of people have been freaking out over this. What a whistleblower told Congress about UAP. A former military intelligence officer turned whistleblower told House lawmakers that Congress is being kept in the dark about unidentified anomalous phenomena, that's what they call UFOs now, alleging at a hearing that executive branch agencies have withheld information about the mysterious object for years. David Grush, who served for 14 years as an intel officer in the Air Force and National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, appeared before the House Oversight Committee's National Security Subcommittee alongside two former fighter pilots who had firsthand experience with UAP. First of all, let me be clear, okay? Fighter pilots should not be trusted for anything. They are on coke all the time. They are on uppers every second they are up there. They are insane. Anyone who has worked in the Air Force knows this for a fact. All fighter pilots are insane, okay? They are up there hallucinating. They are tripping balls. They are fighting imaginary wars with the clouds. You cannot trust their accounts for shit, okay? They see a flash of light in the distance. It could have been anything, and they think aliens, all right? They sound really fun? I've heard that. Grush served as a representative on two Pentagon task forces investigating UAP until earlier this year. He told lawmakers he was informed of a, quote, multi-decade UAP crash retrieval and reverse engineering program during the course of his work examining classified programs. He said he was denied access to those programs when he requested it and accused the military of misappropriating funds to shield those operations from congressional oversight. He later said he had interviewed officials who had direct knowledge of aircraft with non-human origins. All right. Where's the proof? The Pentagon did not immediately respond to a request for comment about Grush's claims, but the department has denied his assertions in the past. The UAP issue has gained widespread attention from Congress and the public in recent years with the release of several video recordings of the encounters, which typically show seemingly nondescript objects moving through the air at very high speeds with no apparent method of propulsion. Okay, guys, the reason why people are fixating on aliens right now is because the far right is heavy conspiracy-brained and want yet another example of the federal government, especially the executive branch, covering up some big secret that will revolutionize everything. It's just the same as QAnon. It's the same as the Rapture. It's the same as everything else. All conspiracy theories have exactly the same source every time, okay? They're all the exact same narrative. The reason why the right... You would think, by the way, that the right would be the ones denying this because the right heavily caters towards Christian fundamentalists, and Christian fundamentalists don't believe in aliens. Most Christian fundamentalists that I have met or heard of fervently deny the existence of aliens because they believe that Earth is the functional center of the moral universe, that God created us in his image, we have the Bible, and the Bible is God's word, and there is no secret, extra, other race of sentient beings not created by God or given a different Bible. Yes, I see the thing with McConnell. One thing at a time. Thank you. I saw the first 18 links. Far-right religious people just tend not to engage much with the narrativizing on UFOs and aliens. Or they call them demons, you know? But the far-right is interested in them in this case because it furthers the conspiracy narrative. The Pentagon's All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, which Congress established last year to investigate the incidents, has investigated roughly 800 reports of UAP as of May. While military officials have said most cases have innocuous origins, many others remain unexplained. Okay, here's why. Because a grainy video footage clip of something that happened in 2004 in Iraq is not something you can necessarily investigate and verify 20 years in the future. Imagine if somebody showed you a shaky video clip of something they saw while at a concert and were like, hey, can you, like, prove this wasn't aliens? You'd be like, what the fuck? How the fuck would I do? What the fuck do you mean? Would go back in time and be there? What do you mean? It doesn't like, imagine if this standard was applied to every Bigfoot sighting. Like, yeah, let's get the Pentagon out there to check whether or not Bigfoot was really seen there. Can you disprove this Bigfoot foot? No, you can't disprove. What do you mean? That doesn't mean anything. But people treat the non-explained incidents of UAP as evidence that, like, there's something out there they can't explain. There's lots of shit out there they can't explain. What exactly did I just do to that tin of Altoids to make it fly off my desk? Did I smack it, flick it, punch it? What did I do? Explain that. Can the Pentagon explain that? Explain that, you fucking eggheads. At the Pentagon, can you explain that? No, they can't. Oh, fucking aliens must have done it then. No, that's just not how evidence works. And I feel like the world is returning to, like, caveman brain. It's like medieval peasant brain. We're all going to be throwing salt over our fucking shoulder before long. Jesus Christ. This shit pisses me off so much. Because I'm not even, like, arguing with evidence or, like, doing analysis or whatever. I'm arguing with, like, the basic tenets of evidence gathering. I might as well be trying to explain the scientific theory to doubters, you know? Like, someone's trying to explain to me how they make all decisions based on their gut. And I'm like, okay, well, can you, like, replicate evidence to prove the veracity of the... And he fucking punches me. He fucking hits me with a rock. He does the rock to me. That's my thing. In addition to Grush, the panel heard testimonies from Ryan Graves, a former Navy pilot, don't trust pilots, who has spoken out about encountering UAP on training missions. And hey, isn't it interesting how the people who keep encountering UAP are pilots, people flying at 6 times the speed of light, and are also on drugs, and not, say, I don't know, radar operators or any of the, like, tens of thousands of people in the Navy and the Air Force whose job it is to specifically monitor what it is going on in the sky? Isn't it interesting how it's the lunatics up in the sky moving at Mach fucking 50, and not all the, like, sensible people with PhDs operating the electrical equipment down on the ground that see this stuff? And David Frevor, who shot the now famous Tic Tac video of a large object during a flight off the coast of California in 2004. Great, wow. We have a celebrity here. Now, for congressional inquiry, we have a guy who shot a shaky UFO video 20 years ago. Thanks. Bring them all out here, won't you? Every guy who ever took a video of a dot in the sky, please. All 3 witnesses said current reporting systems are inadequate to investigate UAP encounters, said a stigma still exists for pirates. Probably. For pilots and officials who press for more transparency about their experiences. Good. I want more stigma. I want additional stigma. Graves was an F-18 pilot stationed in Virginia Beach in 2014 when a squadron first began detecting unknown objects. He described them as, quote, dark gray or black cubes inside a clear sphere where the apex or tips of the cubes were touching the inside of that sphere. Isn't it crazy how so often when people claim, especially people moving at Mach 50, claim they see UFOs, it's always something that could be like, I don't know, a vision artifact? Like, whenever people see UFOs, it's always a dot or a sphere or a cube or something else that's A, easy to imagine, and B, easy to literally hallucinate, like dots in your eyes, and not, I don't know, a complex and sort of spatially distinct vessel, you know? It's like eye floaters, like you rub your eyes really hard. There's no complex, it's literally, again, they're on drugs, all pirates are pirates, God almighty, I'm so sleep deprived. Pilots are high 24/7. They're moving at 50 billion times the speed. They're zooming around the Earth like Superman at the first movie when he turns back time. Yar, yeah, thank you. They're all sleep deprived. Their G forces are straining their brain and pressing their eyeballs into their sockets like eggs sinking into the pan. He said a fellow pilot told him about one incident about 10 miles off the coast in which, so, anecdote, in which an object between 5 and 15 feet in diameter flew between 5 and 15 feet in diameter? Flew between 2 F-18s and came within 50 feet of the aircraft. What do you think? Do you think that was a ship? 5 to 15 feet? Do you know how big an F-18 length? 56 feet. people, I have trouble conceptualizing like how large jets are, because like a jet's like, oh well, one guy's in there, you know. Then you actually think about it, jets are really, really like big. They're very large. You need they need to be large to go that fast. So we're talking about something that's like about, see the circle I'm drawing with my mouse right now? We're drawing something like this. What am I meant to make of this? And it flew between them, and they're moving forward in F-18s. So how quickly did it move by? I want you to imagine for a second the limits of your vision and eyesight. You know when you're driving down the highway at 80 miles an hour and another car going opposite you drives by 80 miles per hour, okay? Now I want you to imagine being the pilot of an F-18 and something flies past you that's 5 to 15 feet. How much time does your eye have to process that information? Okay? Because F-18s do not move at 80 miles an hour. They move significantly faster than 80 miles per hour. We're talking a fraction of a second. 5 to 15 feet. He saw a B. That's what he saw. Okay? He hadn't slept in 56 hours. He had done meth, and he saw a B right next to him. A little B. That's what he saw. I see B sometimes. You're driving around sleep deprived, you know, you're trying to focus on the road, and you're like, you know, B. Gotta keep yourself focused, on task. Okay? He saw a little B. He said there was no acknowledgement of the incident or way to report the encounter at the time. No acknowledgement? Sir, I saw a bleh while I was flying by. I saw it for 1/1000th of a second because I'm in a jet. How do I report this to the Pentagon? Can you get me the commander-in-chief, okay? Get me the Joint Chiefs of Staff, all right? I want to talk to fucking combined 500 chest-pinned medals worth of guys. I hate these so fucking much, man. If everyone could see the sensor and video data I witnessed, our national conversation would change. Mm-hmm. I urge us to put away Oh, okay. Then here's a quick question. If we're talking about sensor and video data, why aren't you talking about that instead of like these anecdotes that you have of dark spheres that you saw? If you were like, yeah, I looked at the control panel and saw evidence of an additional object moving at impossible speeds, why not talk about that instead of your dark sphere story? Bravo recounted his 2004 encounter with an object off the California coast. He told the subcommittee this. Let's see the video. Tic-tac video. Sure, why not? Navy pilots recall unsettling 2004. Just show me the video. Just show me. 60 minutes. Just Tic-tac UFO video 2004. Grumble, grumble, grumble. Wow, here's a News Nation article from 3 hours ago saying it was never investigated. Pentagon, sir? Mr. Pentagon, could you, I got this crazy video from 20 years ago. Can you, where's the video? Are they going to show it in this? Can I see the video? I just want to see the video. Just show me the video so I can move on. Please. I'm gonna lose it. Where is it? Watch USS Nimitz Tic Tac UFO declassified video clip from the History Channel. The second link is fuck you, History Channel. Fuck you. Jesus Christ. Fuck you. Oh yeah, dude. Thanks. Fantastic. Really playing to the stereotype here. Ancient alien shit. Sure. Let's find out. Declassified. Finally, now the public can know the truth. Let's go. Official USG. Let's fucking go. What's going on? Yeah, spooky music. Let's go. I'm sure the music was original to the video recording. Just show me the clip. Oh, yeah, dog. I'm feeling it. I'm turning the music off. Holy shit, that's right. Oh, my God. That's so true. The dot is sometimes white and sometimes black. That's two colors the dot can be. Uh-huh. Is it time for the crack pipe yet? Don't fucking make me. I'm so tempted to do the entire segment like this. Bro, why won't the Pentagon debunk this? Why won't the Pentagon debunk this? Why won't the Pentagon debunk this? Why can't the Pentagon debunk... Oh, video! Look at this! Whoa! Holy shit, that's crazy. Why can't the Pentagon debunk this? It's the same old story as with Bigfoot. Every time you get a definitive capture of the bastard, it's in fucking 144p, being held by a guy with Parkinson's. You must feel pretty dumb now with this evidence. You're right, Ron. I do feel pretty dumb. Fantastic stuff. Thanks, History Channel. Wednesday's hearing took place amid a growing willingness by lawmakers to demand the military and intelligence agencies release more what they know regarding the mysterious incidents, with many members of Congress citing the potential national security threat posed by Oh my god. With many members of Congress citing the potential national security threat posed by unknown objects near U.S. space. We're gonna do a Starship Troopers bit where we're gonna do fucking, like, United Earth Directorate fascism because of the threat of some guys 5 trillion light years away, dude. Oh my fucking god. Oh. Do you want to know more? I don't. I don't want to know more. Oh my god. Also, what do you think you're going to do if there actually are aliens, huh? If there actually are aliens that developed interstellar travel, what are you gonna do? Seriously, I'm really asking, what are you going to do? We don't even have a planetary defense network. We don't have starships. Come on. Seriously, come on. We don't even have things that can really aim up. Our big nukes are meant to come back down. A bipartisan group of senators led by Chuck Schumer introduced them. It's not just Republicans, the Democrats too, and I hate them for it. Require executive branch agencies to hand over UAP records to a review board with the presumption of immediate disclosure. Hey, maybe we should demand Pentagon transparency for, like, literally anything else. How many times has the Pentagon failed an audit? Seriously. The Pentagon has failed so many audits. We don't know where, like, hundreds of billions of dollars have gone. The Defense Department, literally, the Pentagon only managed to account for 39% of its $3.5 trillion in assets. The wealthiest institution in human existence. Nothing has ever had as much money to spend as the Pentagon. Nothing in human history. And it can't even account for half of its finances. And we're concerned with transparency on the UFO question. Quick clip debunking the UFO. No, I'm not even going to care to debunk. I don't think I should have to debunk it. No. I'm not falling for this presumption of evidence bullshit, okay? I don't need to debunk anything. I need to be given evidence. I don't have to debunk a dot. You don't have to show me a dot, and then I have to construct a geospatial debunking of whether or not it can be a vehicle of a design that no one can define. I'm not falling for it. Can we get Pentagon transparency on any other issue, please? On anything, please? At Wednesday's hearing, lawmakers of both parties expressed anger over their inability to get information about UAP from the military and intelligence. Okay, guys, do you want to know why the Pentagon is secretive about this? All right, let's run through the reasons, actual reasons that I thought of because I'm smart and everyone in Congress is stupid, okay? 1, revealing every incidence of UAP tracked by the Pentagon would reveal data about our satellite and spy networks that are confidential, and they don't want to release it. They also don't want to release stuff that they do have because the stuff that they don't release would be a tacit admission of certain areas being covered exclusively by satellite technology that we still consider to be secretive. Ergo, they want to keep everything close to their chest, even the bullshit. 2, as I said before, because of how burdens of proof work, even if they could release everything without being worried about the secrecy of any given satellite or spy network, it wouldn't change the fact that no system is capable of disproving the existence of UFOs being alien in origin in every case of every grainy video footage bit they get, meaning that it would be a tacit admission to many dumb fucks that they were unable to disprove the existence of aliens rather than they simply didn't find any evidence of aliens. Ergo, knowing that the public is stupid, and people in Congress, they don't want to release this information because they're aware of the fact that it would only spurn further investigation and not settle the issue the way it should be settled. That's it. If there really was a government conspiracy, by the way, to cover up the aliens, first of all, why? You know, they never get to this. They never explain this to me. Why? I get a lot of other presumed government conspiracies. Why do 9/11? Because Bush really wanted a war in Iraq to boost his poll numbers. I don't believe that's true. I think 9/11 just happened because Osama bin Laden's a goofy guy. I think that Osama bin Laden, Gumo Gumo no airlinered 9/11 is a showcase of his fucking power. I don't think that George Bush did it, even though it's funny to meme about. Like Pearl Harbor, you know, they let Pearl Harbor happen because he wanted an excuse to. I don't think that happened either. But whatever. Like, give me a reason. Why cover up the alien shit? Really? Like, no, like why? I'm under the impression, based on my understanding of interstellar travel being a fairly complicated technological endeavor, that if the aliens wanted to do anything with or to or get any message across to humanity, they would simply do so. The government couldn't stop them. So why? The usual reason put forward is they don't want the public to panic. I don't buy that bullshit, man. Guys, just saw this crazy movie called Oppenheimer, okay? You know what really made the public panic? Widespread knowledge of nuclear weapons. And what did America do the nanosecond we developed them? We fucking used them and bragged about it, okay? I don't think the government shies away from big developments that are existentially terrifying, especially if they make the U.S. look powerful, which in this case, if we're the ones hiding it, it would. Like, the government can't keep secrets, and even if they could, why that secret? Like we don't... We built a culture out of atomic paranoia. I just don't think that's like enough of a reason. I don't know why, but and you know what? If they really were trying to hide this information, why didn't they have the whistleblower killed? Serious question. Real question. Like, if they've been touting this shit for decades, that would not be difficult for the deep state to do, okay? Like, I don't buy this shit, okay? I don't buy it. Also, if you look into the guy who's making these central claims at all, it's pretty obvious that he's a fucking crank, okay? David Grush, he's made a ton of claims. The UFOs could be from another dimension. Oh, yeah, he claimed here. Grush claimed the first UFO case he was briefed on involved a vehicle downed in Italy in 1933. The Mussolini government had allegedly kept it in storage until near the end of World War II. Pope Pius the 12th back-channeled the existence of the object to the U.S., who obtained it in 1944 or 45. So it's a Vatican conspiracy, too, which is where it's like checking all the boxes for conspiracies. It's not enough that it's America covering it up. It's also a Vatican conspiracy, which, by the way, oh yeah, dude, Mussolini, who was allied with Hitler, the esoteric mysticist who was constantly desperate for anything to metaphysically justify Aryan supremacy, they would definitely keep it secret. Yeah, that's definitely something they would do, you know? Yeah, the Nazis, the people who sent, like, expeditions to uncover artifacts in fucking, like, the like, ancient Mayan ruins and shit like that. Yeah, those guys would be keen on keeping that a secret, even years before the war. Jesus. No, it's literally it's book deals. It's all this is the greatest book deal opportunity of this guy's life. He's been a crank for decades, and now he's here in front of Congress, and he can testify under oath, and here's the best thing. He can't be prosecuted for it because all the shit he's testifying under oath for is stuff so dumb and so innocuous that the Pentagon's not going to call him on it. The Pentagon isn't going to try to prove that he's wrong, because in doing so, they would end up revealing a bunch of information that they're self-interested in not revealing. So it's perfect. He's talking under oath, which gives him legitimacy, but he's talking about stuff that he's not going to be called on, so it doesn't matter. The Pentagon's not going to take any of this seriously because it's run by people who have different priorities, i.e. wasting a bunch of U.S. taxpayer money on finding new ways to synthesize LSD and rub it on door handles. That's more the CIA thing. They're doing something with that money. I don't know. They're building crazy satellites and hover tanks or whatever. And this guy gets to make a fuck ton of claims to Congress. Look at this. Look at how happy he is. He's a smiling boy. Look at how happy he is. This idiot gets to talk to Congress over this shit.
Military.
I'm sorry. Sorry, this stuff really does get me riled up because I can't stand conspiracy theories, and esotericism just has there's so many better things to use it on than this. It's a waste of legislative time as well. Yeah, while the ocean boils, we have our fucking congressional leaders here in a room listening to a guy gunning for several book deals.
He said that his radar went down. He said that his FLIR system malfunctioned and that he had to manually take this image from one of the lenses, and it was not automated in collection as you would typically see in a test mission.
Wow, what an incredible coincidence. Guys, the alien craft emitted a series of beams that disabled all of the normal sensor array equipment that I would use to track something. I had no choice but to take a photo of this unidentified object with this shaky camcorder that I also kept with. Matt Gaetz is only here because he knows the age of consent doesn't apply to alien children.
Okay, so there has been activity by alien or non-human technology and or beings that has caused harm to humans.
I can't get into the specifics in an open environment, but at least the activity that I personally witnessed, and I have to be very careful here because they tell you never to acknowledge tradecraft, right? So what I personally witnessed myself and my wife was very disturbing.
Okay. One of my constituents actually sent this.
Is this when somebody said AOC comes in here? Where's AOC? My wife. Before this guy? Oh, there she is. Sure, we'll listen to AOC for a sec.
For whistleblowers and for the protection of whistleblowers.
Ms. Ocasio-Cortez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our witnesses for coming here today. I do concur with the ranking member as well as several other members here on this committee that this is a committee for whistleblowers and for the protection of whistleblowers as well. So we understand what you're putting on the table here and what you're putting on the line here, and we thank you for that.
As is the case with Assange, I'm anti-whistleblower if the whistleblower is annoying. If they're not annoying, I like them, but if they are annoying, I think they should be put in Gitmo.
Mr. Grush, you sat on the Unidentified Anomalous Phenomenon Task Force created in the 2020 NDAA, correct?
Yes.
There have been some things that have been mentioned here during this hearing that I wanted to pick up on. Mr. Graves, you mentioned specifically during the answers to one of your questions, you named Boeing contractors being engaged in an incident regarding this red cube about a football field wide. I was wondering if you could speak a little bit about the interaction, or Mr. Grush, either of you, the interactions between defense contractor companies and any UAP-related programs or activities.
So I'll just say that the information about the contractor himself were provided by a witness, and I have no particular detail in that relationship.
Mr. Grush.
The kind of general unclassed wave tops, certainly the contractors, are the metal benders, so to speak. They're the ones actually doing specific performance on government contracts.
Are they required to issue any disclosure regarding UAP sightings, or do they engage in any reporting around this?
In terms of the contractors,
Yes.
not that I'm aware of.
They do not. Okay. Now, when it comes to notification that you had mentioned about IRAD programs.
Yeah, I'm bored now. Guys, if they ever like fully normalized an internal program for reporting any UAP sightings in the military, there would be 500,000 of them a day. You guys know that, right? If you tell a bunch of soldiers, and with all respect to our armed forces personnel, you are a superstitious, drugged up, and often quite stupid bunch. Hey guys, anytime you see anything in the sky that you don't immediately recognize, yeah, file this official form and the Pentagon will get on it. We would bankrupt the entire country in a week following up on those reports. Just... All right. Yeah, UAP investigation team would be like the 6th branch of our, well, I guess Space Force, 7th branch of our military. It'd be larger than all the rest of them combined. Who's to say that's not where the money is going already? I genuinely think that a ton of the Pentagon money, a lot of it is being like embezzled, right? Like corruption. I think a lot of it is also just going into programs the Pentagon doesn't want to tell Congress about. Like a lot of it is probably all, because like a lot of the stuff that the Pentagon does is covered by some pretty loose rules when it comes to expense disclosure. We literally did this on stream. We looked into, there's a whole branch of the Pentagon that goes into like satellite development and spy network stuff, and they don't have to disclose their budget. So the amount of money that goes into them is just a question mark. So technically a full audit of the Pentagon can never happen because they don't, there are elements of the stuff they work on where they just do not want to report it. Which makes sense to an extent, right? Because if you do have top secret programs going on, you're like, oh, well, this program received $50 billion this year. It's like, okay, well, obviously they're doing something, right? It would give away information. Yeah, they don't want to show their hand. Not to suggest that the Pentagon is correct in not being able to provide like a decent audit. The fact they could only account for 39% of their assets, that's insane, But there's definitely a portion of it that's going towards like super crazy, ultra cool military programs, which is dope. This is my position as a socialist. If the U.S. military is going to spend trillions of taxpayer dollars, it should be on something dope. That's what I think, right? We can agree on that. I think that's reasonable. Yeah, it should just be on something cool. Yeah. Railguns? Well, railguns exist. They're just not better than other things that we have. It's one of those things where they've been like working on it for a long time, but it's ion cannon. I'm still hyped up about the next generation Abrams, the one that has the electric engine. God only knows what kind of spycraft we have. Yeesh. Railguns would be possible with superconductors. Oh, shit, guys. We weren't even thinking about the national security implications of room temperature ambient pressure superconductors. Oh my god. Holy shit. You load up like an entire cannon's worth of superconductors on the deck of you bringing back battleships, boys, okay? We're bringing back battleships. We're bringing back deck side cannons, okay? You load up like 50 tons of superconductors into a rail gun on the deck of a recommissioned battleship and fire a lump of lead at speeds high enough to liquefy the ground that it cuts through. We invade China simply by having our ships point their cannons down and firing through the planet's core. This is the future of warfare, and it is very cool. Wait, why am I getting soy hammered? Railguns aren't a Warhammer 40k thing. The bolters in 40k are rockets. They fire rocket bullets. It's a different thing. The Tau? I don't give a fuck about the Tau. What the fuck? Tau? I don't give a shit. This is you. This is a you guy problem. This is use guys. Thermonuclear. Here we go, boys. The future is now. This is why we can't get a full audit on the Pentagon. Okay, they've been building this one. They're going to. They're gonna pull a Psychos during the fucking Monster Association arc in One Punch Man. Okay, they're just going to cut off a section of the planet. They're going to do a light shave. The Marine Corps put Tomahawk missiles on an unmanned Jeep. The funniest thing. Hell yes. This is exceedingly American. Do you think we could get this on like a motorbike? You know those military motorbikes where they have like the side cabin and they're like open top and they have kind of like that flat looking back, and then we have that off the back? Can we do that? It'd fall over. We could balance it. We could make it happen. How's this even stable? They glued the wheels to the ground. France once built scooters with anti-tank guns. Yeah, I've seen that. That was during, was that World War II or was that afterwards? Yeah, these were Vespas. This is the same shit that Haruko was riding around in Fully Cooley. Come on, guys. Come on. That's cool. This is the most impractical shit in the fucking universe, but come on. You have to be driving directly at something to fire at it, because it's not, you can't turn it. So you have to like, oh, there's a tank, beep, beep, directly towards it. Brilliant. It apparently performed pretty well. That's insane. That's psychotic. This is what the Pentagon is making. The Metal Gear or the nanomachines, son? Which, is it both layers? As I understand it, a Metal Gear is only at peak operational efficiency if it's also being piloted by somebody who controls nanomachines. You know, you guys joke, but I guarantee you that right now, something approximating both nanomachines and Metal Gears are trying to be built in the Pentagon somewhere. Well, not in the Pentagon, but in their budget, somewhere in their docket. No, I guarantee it. 100% I guarantee it. Like, not a joke. That's not a joke. It's their job to get an obscene amount of money from U.S. taxpayers and use it on literally any avenue for making the United States strong. What if they're just lame and not doing anything cool? See, that's the thing. That's the thing I don't believe, because they've always been doing shit like this, right? Like, if you go back and look at anything declassified from like any point in time, the Pentagon is always doing shit like this. They have too much money and they're staffed by meth-addled lunatics. So, like, they are constantly finding new ways to waste our money. And sometimes it works, right? I mean, the atomic bomb. Yeah, from the people who brought you the gay bomb. Very true. Like the Soviet Union spent money on psychic research. Yeah, we make fun of the Soviet Union for spending money on psychic research. But what if they had turned out to be right, huh? And by the way, it's not like we weren't. I mean, the CIA was doing experiments with like LSD and with like empathy reading. Yeah, MK Ultra shit. Yeah. I think the Russians were wackier with it, but maybe not. Yeah. Yeah, no, the CIA was scared. Yeah, this is what I mean, too, with, like, UFO reporting, too. Because there were people in the CIA who thought they'd found psychic powers. Because, like, you have a bunch of CIA lunatics who are doing experiments with, like, homeless people and LSD and, like, doping people up. There were people in the CIA who were doping their colleagues because they were trying to find, like, okay, well, how do people react to being on LSD with all these awakened psychic powers without being that they're being doped, right? So they're, like, smearing on door handles and getting their own fucking coworkers high and fucking poisoning the LSD, poisoning the, like, water cooler and shit. And there were guys there who were like, oh my god, like, this is too much power, you know? They were literally trying to discover psychers, and a lot of them convinced themselves they had. This is why we can't take UFO reports seriously. Men Who Stare at Goats is a non-fiction book by John Ronson, great name, concerning the U.S. Army's exploration of New Age concepts and the potential military applications of the paranormal. The title refers to attempts to kill goats by staring at them and stopping their hearts. Non-fiction. The CIA literally just baked LSD into the bread of a small French village, and they thought they were being possessed by demons in the 1950s just to see what would happen. The CIA loves doing stuff like that. If there are two things that the CIA loves doing more than anything else, okay? Arming fascist militias and giving unsuspecting people LSD. Those are the two things they just can't get enough of. To be fair, that sounds very funny. Well, yeah, it's hilarious. Okay, that's enough. Ad? You're right. I'm hitting the ad button. We've got way more to talk about. We're just got so much. And big donos. There's so much. Oh my god, guys. I'm hitting the button, though. Money. Money, money, money. I'll wait 30 seconds to go over the next thing, because I know the ads are running for some people. The Pentagon tried to create a talking plasma ball called the Voice of God. Right, so dude, yeah, because think of how convenient that would be. If they could, like, create a plasma ball that could talk, they could convince anybody of anything, right? They could go to, like, any remote Italian village, create that ball, convince somebody that is being directly spoken to by God, and have him just shoot up, like, a local communist youth club meeting, you know? And it would be completely unaccountable to them, right? They would be able to do this everywhere. They wouldn't need to do coups anymore, because they could just fucking convince people God told them to do stuff. It'd be great. Get some Wizard of Oz shit. Okay, what is this? Guys, Mitch McConnell died or something. Mitch McConnell inexplicably freezes during press conference, as quickly escorted away. Fascinating. Oh, sorry, I have Twitter. Twitter's not muted? Huh. That could be a lot of stuff, but it's probably a seizure. I don't know. Look, okay, wait. Rewatch. Look at the reaction, the facial reactions from this Chad of a bodyguard back here. Look at this guy. First of all, he looks a bit like John Cena. Second of all, this guy emotes like a motherfucker. Look at this. Wow, look at him. He's like a background actor who's really showing his stuff. Look at him. Look at it. That's the Senate whip? Really? Oh, man. Looked like a bodyguard back there. No, I can see it now, the full face. Just looking at him from the... Does this not look like classic bodyguard pose? He's gonna whip the shit out of McConnell for this. Stop, Vosh, you're making us attracted to him? I mean, I think he's a good-looking old guy, you know, but... Is it time for McConnell to leave? Probably. Or probably. Probably not. Doing great. Boring answer. Panic attack, maybe. Nah, it's a stroke, seizure. He's just really old. There's a lot of stuff that can go wrong when you're that old. Man, I don't like. Yeah, I don't rail on this too much because old people can be good or evil, but man, I really wish we had like a maximum age limit for our politicians. Mitch McConnell did return, by the way, a little while afterwards, so he didn't fucking die. No promises, Flatter. I'm well behind on my appointments. Yeah, sorry, guys. He didn't fucking die. Wacky little guy. His throat pouch is losing energy. Yeah, he needs to consume another newborn. He's currently having a stand battle against a Democrat. What is that? In the 1990s Stardust Crusaders, where Jotaro is fighting Dio and they're both standing perfectly still as explosions go off around them. It's like that. It's Mitch McConnell facing down a Democrat opponent, just like the car crumples behind them. Walls blow up. By the way, if you've never seen the 1990s Stardust Crusaders OVA, you owe it to yourself to watch it because it's interesting how much it deviates from the manga. It's not bad at all. It's just very, very different. And the final fight with Dio is really good, I think. They did a really good job there. Oh, fuck. There's so much shit. Russia raises the maximum age of conscription to 30? Holy shit. Dude, there's not going to be any men left. You're supposed to get the young guys. If you do 30, you're like getting all the people who run your fucking country. What the fuck do you mean? Holy shit. Russia's going to end up like those sections of like France or like Eastern Europe where literally all young men died in the war. So you have like entire countrysides where the only people left are women, children, and old men. Isn't it 34 here? Well, we haven't adjusted our draft age in a while. The practical drafting of people up to 30 is a huge, huge, huge deal. Sheesh. A bunch of people are about to be breaking their legs. The big problem, and the reason why this is so bad for Russia more than anything else, is because, like, when you draft young men, you draft unmarried men. And you want to draft unmarried men because when you get men killed, you don't want to leave widows behind. The more social dissatisfaction you cause back home, the more problems you cause for your regime. So if you're drafting men who are 30, a lot of those guys have kids, you know? Like, that's a very different... You're not just going to get angry moms now. You're going to get angry wives. And children, eventually. What What about grieving mothers? Yeah, I know. I'm saying you're multiplying the harm. Yeah, there's more baggage. Yeah, what they need to do is draft the wives and kids too, so there's no one left to complain. That's true. Jesus. Yeah, what is the birth rate in Russia? Russia birth rate. It's not high, right? I remember that Putin, yeah, 1.5. Oh, it's lower than ours. Ooh. And this is before the war, too. Ew. That's not good. Yeah. And consider the fact that the United States population is growing largely because of immigration, but immigration to Russia doesn't really exist. I mean, it exists, but it's, yeah. I remember that back earlier in Putin's presidency, he had those, like, fertility youth camps where he would say, like, 16-year-old boys, 16-year-old girls, come to nationalist fuck party out in the woods. We set up camps, we play Glory to Russia, you fuck. Yeah. What? That's a real thing. That was a real Russia birth rate, fertility, nationalist camps. What were they called? Russia birth rate camps. Was that also a Putin thing? Yes, it was. I'm not finding the article. We got over it on stream though. It's not. There's no question of it having happened. I'm afraid I just don't remember what it was called. Oh, was it this? Twilight Prophet? Did you find the article? Ah, there we go. Sex for the Motherland. Russian youths encouraged to procreate at camp. This organization, known as Nashi, meaning ours, is a youth movement run by Putin's Kremlin that has become a central part of Russia's political life. Attended by 10,000 uniformed youngsters that involves 2 weeks of lectures and physical fitness. Alcohol is banned, but sex is encouraged and condoms are nowhere on sale. Bizarrely, young women are encouraged to hand in thongs and other skimpy underwear, supposedly a cause of sterility, and given more wholesome and I feel like at a camp like this, wearing skimpy underwear would be a cause of fertility, not sterility. Yeah, look, the whole point is just to increase the birth rates. Didn't really work. I mean, that was back in 2007, and I guess it ticked upward a little bit. There's 2007 and went up a little. I don't know if that's I don't know if that's caused by that though. It's yeah. Vosh, you're pretty quick to believe a Daily Mail article. That's not the only article. I've read about it before. That was just the article that was found. That was a thing. It was a thing that happened. Oh, we're catching up on news today. Sinead O'Connor dead at 56. I'm afraid I don't know who this is, but I'm sorry. Vaccinated? Vaccinated? 56 and a musician, so it's drugs or suicide. One or the other. Maybe both. Great singer. Yeah. She's famous for getting banned off SNL for tearing up a picture of the Pope. Well, that's pretty based. Wait, but she's Irish? Is she Northern Irish? No, she'd be Irish. Just doesn't like the Pope? Not in Ireland, isn't? No, in Ireland, they would not consider tearing up a picture of the Pope to be based, for the most part. If I recall correctly, it was calling out child abuse. Oh, that's based as fuck. God damn. Well, I'm very sorry to hear that she died then. Yeah. Okay, what are these links have been given? We have all these links before we even get to the main thing of the title. Today's going to be a fucking action-packed stream, I guess. Buckle in for this one. Sanchez has pulled off a masterstroke in Spain, shown Europe how to beat back the hard right. This is more specific electoral stuff, I suppose. I'm very happy that Spain avoided a worst-case scenario here. In this most recent campaign, he skillfully played the anti-fascist card, harnessing the shock of the far-right Vox Party's entry into a series of municipal and regional coalition governments to mobilize progressive voters. Hell yes. Sanchez framed the vote as a binary choice between a similar hard-right coalition at a national level and his own brand of moderate social democracy. It's almost like voters respond to left-leaning leaders speaking authoritatively about anti-fascism and speaking on the threat their opposition poses, rather than placating and constantly speaking of bipartisanship and working together. Crazy. If only. Almost like most people really don't like fascists. Yeah, it's the funniest thing, isn't it? You know, despite all of America's effort to turn socialism into a dirty word, people still love Bernie Sanders, a self-described socialist. Even more Republicans like him they do Biden, like by a decent amount. And yet, for some reason, fascism, a term politically associated most prominently with the fucking Holocaust, like the least popular label you can slap onto yourself or another person outside of just Nazi, and the Democrats are scared to use it when talking about the opposition. Why? Why? Some Democrats do, to be fair. AOC, you know, Max Frostwell, Rashida Tlaib, yeah, sure. But they should be screaming it all the time, non-stop, fascist, because they are. It's not a lie. That's not an exaggeration. They're clear-cut fascist. It's objective. It's obvious. It's not a great label to have slapped on you. It's politically effective to castigate them for it, demonize them. They are demons. They're not humans. They're demons. They wear human skin, but they're not people. Republican politicians aren't people. They're demons. They should be called demons, and they should be called fascists, which mean the same thing. Ancient man observed fascism, and in their naivete, gave it a different word, demon. But we know the truth. What? Electric vehicle started a fire on a cargo ship and destroyed it near the Netherlands? Jesus. Hey, we need those room temperature superconductors on board. We need to carry a circuit in these cars. Please? Was it a Tesla? One of the 25 electric vehicles on ship. Was it a Tesla? I'm going to assume it was a Tesla. It tends to be Teslas. This is another reason why electric vehicles aren't really that viable as a broader solution. Obviously, Teslas specifically have this problem more than other electric vehicles, but our current battery technology just makes it kind of it's an engineering hiccup to have batteries like that on board a car. You know, I'm not saying it's unviable. It's just not great. Lithium batteries are scary. Yeah, I mean, you're convincing a whole lot of electrons to sit down in a volatile system. Yeah. Can we assume it? If something bad happens, we can always assume that it had something to do with Elon Musk. I'm fine with it, World Theater. The areas they're going to use those cluster munitions on have already been mined in cluster munition to fuck. It's their own country. They're not doing it to new, undestroyed spaces. Yeesh. I saw a Twitter post recently of a Tesla catching fire at a junkyard. I think the car chassis are made of zinc or magnesium too, so the cars will burn underwater. Oh yeah. Electric vehicle fires are like impossible to put out. I'm wondering, honestly, I'm wondering when the next huge tunnel fire is going to be. Tunnel fires are incredibly dangerous because tunnels usually go through mountains, and there's usually a difference in air pressure and temperature on one side to the other, meaning that you wouldn't know this because you guys, when was the last time you've walked around inside of a car tunnel? I'm guessing you haven't. Like a real car tunnel, the kind that go on for like a quarter, a half, or a full mile. Why would you get out of your car in there, you know? But it's often quite windy thanks to the pressure difference. And if a fire starts in them, the wind carries the fire and basically lights the entire tunnel up, you know? There have been historically tunnel fires that have claimed the lives of hundreds of people in nightmare scenarios where like a truck will crash somewhere in the middle, something will catch fire, and people are like, okay, everything is made out of concrete. How far can the fire possibly spread? And the answer is the fire can't spread too far, the smoke can't. And the smoke fills the entirety of the inside along with burning air, and everyone inside cooks and dies of asphyxiation. Hundreds and hundreds of people dead. There was this famous tunnel that connected underneath the Alps between France and Italy. And because the tunnel connected the countries, it was managed by both countries, and the Italian and French sides didn't like cooperate when it came to management of the tunnel because they're stupid and European European. So when a big fire happened, there was like mismanagement on both ends, and it led to a ton of people roasting. Hold on. Tunnel under the Alps fire. Mont Blanc tunnel fire. 1999? 39 people killed? No, wait, that's a different one. I remember a higher death toll. 155 in Austrian tunnel disaster. 35 in Alps tunnel. I guess this happens a lot. I remember a different one, but we can focus on this one, the Mont Blanc tunnel fire. It's not good, folks. It's not good. Yeah, Belgian transport truck carrying flour and margarine entered the French side portal, caught fire in the tunnel. Spread the smoke the whole way through. The entirety of the inside of the tunnel, which was quite long, was black with smoke. It was inaccessible. People, I think they tried to mount a rescue operation by having people go in through like an access event underneath and get up through, but a lot of the people who tried rescuing them died anyway. Like even people with inhalers. It was so destructive that even the people with the protective gear were killed. Yeah. Salang tunnel fire. Oh yeah. This was in Afghanistan. This didn't kill that many people. It was just about 3,000 people. Not that many. Contemporary Western media said the incident may have been the deadliest known road accident, one of the deadliest fires in modern history, with the death toll estimated as 2,700 to 3,000 people, including 700 Soviet soldiers. Yeah, it was during the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan. And you know how the Russians are, right? You know, 10 billion people die, and they're like, a training accident, 5 people stubbed toe. And a bunch of moms back in the Soviet Russia get, like, zinc coffins for the ashes of their children inside, you know? Yeah, this is like 9/11. Very few facts are known about the fire. Yes, because everyone who witnessed it died. Why the zinc coffins again? I don't know. It's part of their supervillain aesthetic. Anyway, what was I getting at? Oh yeah, having cars that can catch fire randomly is not great. That's my that's what I'm saying. Yeah. I see. Yeah. I see these links. Right. Okay. Kevin Spacey cleared of sexually assaulting 4 men. What? Wasn't the thing with him not sexually assaulting people? Didn't he admit to like statutory rape or something? Am I mixing my stories up in my memory? Wasn't it statutory rape or was there another thing? He also did that? No, he's a serial rapist. Well, really powerful and wealthy people don't normally face justice for their crimes. I was under the impression the evidence against him was pretty severe. He's probably not going to get work again, though. At the very least, he's not going to return to his previous level of prominence. He'll get some, like, edge case stuff. But, you know, yeah. Oh, right, didn't people accusing him get killed or something? I remember that. Weren't there, like, accusers against him who just mysteriously died? Did that happen twice? A third accuser died. 3 of them died? Huh. 3 have died this year alone. I know this is a tabloid article, but man, this does sound pretty sussy. While Anthony was considered to be the first to blow the whistle on Spacey's behavior, in actuality, another woman accused him of harassing young men first. Linda Culkin was deemed Spacey's stalker and was even sentenced to prison for death threats sent to the actor and bomb threats sent to his workplaces. She also made allegations about his actions to young men. She was hit by a car in March and died in the hospital shortly after. No driver was charged for the incident. In September, another accuser died, though his name is unknown. The man, who was a massage therapist, was suing Spacey under the name of John Doe for sexual assault. Shortly before the trial began, he died. A source from Variety passed away from cancer. Because of the massage therapist's death, his case against Spacey was dismissed. R.A. Ben, a Norwegian author and ex-husband of Princess Martha Lewis, accused actor Kevin Spacey of groping him at the Nobel Peace Prize concert in Oslo in 2007. On Christmas Day, he died of an apparent suicide. Well, if nothing else, that is highly convenient. Huh. I mean, it could be a coincidence. Hmm. He also made that video, Kill Him With Kindness, around the same time. Oh, I remember that! This video was insane!
You didn't really think I was going to miss the opportunity to wish you a Merry Christmas, did you?
This was... He gets accused by a fuck ton of people of sexual assault and rape, and then he releases a video where he plays his character in the House of Cards as Underwood, and does this, like, psycho...
It's been a pretty good year, and I'm grateful to have my health back. And in light of that, I've made some changes in my life, and I'd like to invite you to join me. As we walk into 2020, I want to cast my vote for more good in this world. Ah, yes, I know what you're thinking. Can he be serious? I'm dead serious. And it's not that hard, trust me. The next time someone does something you don't like, you can go on the attack, but you can also hold your fire and do the unexpected. You can kill them with kindness.
The 3 of his accusers died. Yeah, it's pretty weird to do that after you're accused of doing a bunch of sexual assault. It's a little strange, I think. The fucking Justin Roiland releasing a video after the allegations, doing the Rick voice, where he's like, the smartest man in the universe, but I can't understand people, you know. Neat. Thank you, Wizardry. I'll see. So many links today. Oh my god. Yeah, and to deflect from the accusations, he came out as gay. A bunch of guys accused him of being a sexual predator, and he was like, but I'm a sexual predator against men. Curious. I remember that. That was a classic. This is from 2 years ago. After scandals, Kevin Spacey will return to movies and a pedophilia drama. This is 2 years ago. I don't know, you know. Funny, though. What is this? Why do I ever open Twitter links in anything other than incog? What is this? Why have I been given a link on Armored Core? What is this? What I hate big corporations being consumer unfriendly in the game industry. People like this. Wait, what is this?
Made for last gen and this gen.
Wait, you're giving me a game video to what? Okay, what? I'll bite. What is this? What is this?
This is kind of a sore point for me. The graphics of this game are serviceable, no doubt.
Yeah.
But the game is made for last gen.
Yeah, it looks okay, I guess. It looks fine.
And this gen consoles. And so I think you're going to see it once again, the graphics of this game suffer kind of the way Elden Ring's graphics suffered. Obviously, no one cares about the graphics of Elden Ring, right? Like, the game is good. It's phenomenal. Graphics are not the most important thing for Elden Ring. But I kind of feel like in a mech game, graphics are a little more important. Like, you want the combat to be as flashy as possible, as visually as appealing as possible. And I feel
who is this? Well, who is this? Who's talking? Who's this? Who? This is Fextra Life? Oh, dude, those guys are fucking morons. Fextra Life is the scummiest fucking, like, From Software adjacent thing in existence. What, they have a garbage-ass wiki where the nanosecond a From Software game comes out, they rush to fill in everything, no matter how inaccurate it is. It was months after the release of Elden Ring where they still had it, so that holy damage would heal the Elden Beast, the final boss. It doesn't. He just has 80% resistance to it. They just wrote it down there, and people believed it for months. Because, yeah. And then what they do on Fextra Life, look at this. So scummy. What they do on their fucking shit-ass website, here, wait, hold on. Fextra Life, I don't know, Morgott. Give me an article. Right, Omen King, thank you. Is they host their Twitch stream on the side, so their Twitch stream always has like 50,000 viewers, but 99% of them are people just on the wiki at that moment, and it happens to be hosting it, and the hosted counts as a view. So, like, their shit will constantly be at the top of Twitch, even though nobody's watching them. Bosh, isn't that just smart? It's smart in a business sense, but I think it degrades the overall culture of gaming, right? To have a shit wiki that exists purely to bait people into not watching your Twitch stream where you get extra ad revenue because they're like, I mean, I'm not denying that it's like a good business idea, but I still think that it's worthy of criticism. Okay, so this is Fextra Life. It's not just some total rando. Okay, what are they saying?
Feel like you're starting to notice how dated From Software's engine is getting in Armored Core 6. I mean, gameplay-wise, the game ran smooth. I was up.
Okay. I'm sorry. Hold. I don't usually watch any kind of gameplay trailers or videos or anything like that.
So, I've played Armored Core 6, and...
Don't care. Okay. In my opinion, I think this game looks like good graphics. I think the graphics of the game look good. I think they look good, in my opinion. I think that. Hot take. Yeah. I think it looks cool. Okay. The aesthetic is boring. Well, the aesthetic is mech. It's not a fantasy universe. I mean, it's a different aesthetic. I don't think it's boring personally. Okay.
Up above 60 FPS the whole time. There were no bugs, there were no glitches, there were no crashes. Everything ran great. And we've come to expect this from Software. They typically don't have these issues in their games at launch, so that's really good news. But I do wonder, at what point are they going to make the leap to a new engine like Unreal 5? I mean, they are falling further and further behind the industry by using this antiquated engine.
The last game they released was Elden Ring, and they won Game of the Year, and everyone loves it, and it was a widely celebrated classic. How the fuck are they falling behind the industry? They started making Elden Ring like 5 billion years ago. How could they have done an Unreal 5? When did Unreal 5 even come out? Unreal 5 release date. Unreal 5 is so new that every other week they're like, it launched in 2022. Unreal 5 launched after Elden Ring launched. How could they possibly... It's newer than their last game.
And I wonder at what point are people going to quit forgiving
It's over.
it? You know what I mean? Like, they do so many good things in their games, and graphics are not everything. But I feel like graphics are a huge part of a mech game compared to something like Elden Ring. And
disagree. I think that all graphics should be illegal.
They got to make that jump at some point, and I wonder when we're going to see it. Obviously, Elden Ring DLC is going to still be on the Elden Ring engine, but what about the games after that? Are they going to move away from the engine that they've been using, or are they going to continue to use this because it's what they know and what works for them? I think time will tell on that, but I really, really hope at some point they're able to make the jump to a more modern...
Nice. Okay. Well, this is about the quality of take that I would expect from people who work at Extra Life, so, all right. I did not say you could hop in, Flatter, at any point. Bismuth, don't link shit without explaining what it is. Rumors swirl over dramatic fall of Xi loyalist Qin Gang. Qin Gang? Hey, I'm part of the Qin Gang, baby. Sacked foreign minister's rise was linked to his ties as president. His disappearance and dismissal have caused a scandal. This is too complicated. I'm going to have to do more research into this. I've been hearing people talking about a political crackdown from the CCP, but that's like that's more than one article. That's like that's a more meaningful thing. I would have to look into that more. The last link. Oh God, that's right. I covered Kyle Kalinske talking to the Vanguard boys about the viability of voting third party. And okay, I guess in fairness, I was quite mean to the Vanguard boys, so I can't necessarily blame them for... What's the vibe? Skip to 5 minutes in. Oh, were you the one who provided the link, Casey J? Thank you. Why 5 minutes in? I hope Cornel West never ever... I know he won't. There's a 0% chance of it happening. However, if he did get 5%, I still think that'd be bad because he's a crank, and I don't want him out there on the debate stage making leftists look bad. Sorry, buddy, if we're going to listen, okay, Bernie Sanders was an actual good leftist candidate who knew how to speak to people. Have you seen the way Cornel West talks about shit? Oh my God, absolutely not. I don't care if he's been like a historical activist. That doesn't make you a good politician.
That's true.
Yeah, I saw this. Kyle Kalinske was talking with someone else, I believe, or two other people. That's loud. So, okay, they say 5 minutes in. I'll go 5 minutes in. Sure, fine. It's a long video. 5 minutes in. Because that mobilizes the party and it indicates people's like broader rejection of it. You do not want a 51 versus 49% fascism. That's not.
Yeah, that would be a fucking swing state, idiot. I'm talking about.
All right, hold on. If you're in a safe state, because you don't want to beat out the opposition by one vote. You need overwhelming victories against them, because that mobilizes the party and it indicates people's like broader rejection of it. You do not want a 51 versus 49% fascism. That's not.
Yeah, that would be a fucking swing state, idiot. I'm talking about safe states. In other words, the states that don't go 49-51. But just.
I don't want a 70-30 it either. I want a 99-1 it. I want a 100-0 it.
Straw man in the argument from the very, very top.
It's not a vibe. The problem with the logic of like you can vote for your crank worthless third-party candidates if you want to because you're in like a safe red or safe blue state. The problem with that is that states don't always stay safe red or safe blue. Florida was considered a blue state, and then it's, well, wait, it's not a blue state? That was so long ago. It was recently considered a swing state, and now it's a red state, you know? And that's because Republicans, who are dogmatic and unflinchingly devoted to their party, you know, continue to run out there and press those votes even when it feels futile. And things can change. But when you give people the idea of like, oh no, sorry, your state's already red, you can vote for whoever you want, there's no pressure. Well, then it's not, you know, it might not be red forever if you fight for it. And likewise with blue states, you don't want them to shift over.
Gonna go red. It does every year, at least, you know, during my lifetime. At one point, not so much, but nowadays, you know, solidly red state.
Well, wait, that's even worse, because like you can't say, oh man, I can't vote against fascism here because everyone here votes for fascism. Well, that's never going to change if you act that way. Like Florida was a swing state, not. What an excellent point this young man is making. Not that long ago, and now it's a red state, but it's never going to be anything other than a red state if people take the attitude of like, oh, well, I can vote.
I would wager that Vosh has never been to Missouri, so he can shut the fuck up.
Yeah. Yeah. Also, Florida, yeah, it now is a solidly red state, but.
Okay, well, he's got me on that one. It's true. I've been to Florida and Alabama. I haven't been to Missouri. Yeah, it's got me on that one. You know, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'll take that.
Used to be a swing state, so it's not really the same thing. Like, while it was a swing state. Yeah.
Okay, but if it went from a swing state to a red state, then it reasons to assume that it could be made from a red state to a swing state, but that would only be if you keep voting blue, even though the state is red. Like, if it can go from a swing state to a red state, you can push back on that, but not if you just cede the moment they seem to win. You've been to Missouri, Tempest? Okay, I'm taking his Missouri pass. Okay.
I would be saying that, you know, if you want to vote for the lesser of two evil, if you got to vote for Joe Biden and you live in Florida, then I understand why you want to do that, because I agree that Joe Biden is the lesser of two evils and I would rather him be president than Donald Trump. So yeah, if you were living in Florida while it was a swing state, then I would have said, you know, vote your conscience, whatever. And if you think that Biden's better, then go ahead and vote for him. In fact, I kind of agree with that. Nowadays, Florida is not a fucking swing state. It's gonna go solidly red.
Okay, but it doesn't have. But wait, so why are Republicans capable of changing the general demographic, like voting status of states, but Democrats aren't? Like we can make it back to that if you keep voting blue. It's only a swing state if you vote enough blue to make it a swing state. You have to vote to do that.
In the next election. So my logic would be, because of the fact that it's going to go red, almost 99 to 100% chance it's going to go red. If you're someone that lives in Florida that's considering voting for Joe Biden, hey, you might as well vote for fucking Cornel West.
No, because then it will stay red literally forever. And any time, for any reason, any state goes red, you cede it permanently to the right because the right's smart enough to continue voting for viable candidates. Like, blue states creep towards the center because, oh, it's a blue state. No point in voting blue. It's already going to go blue. And then they become swing states, and it's like, oh, now we're going to vote. But then if they ever shift over to the red, it's like, no point in voting blue. You know, it's already gone red. And then, like, this is ridiculous. This is, like, come on, think for a second. Come on. Think for a moment about the consequences of these ideas.
Because guess what? If you vote for Joe Biden, you're throwing your vote away.
No, you're not. Voting for Joe Biden in Florida and voting for Cornel West in Florida are not the same votes, because Cornel West and the Green Party will never be a potential swing state contender in Florida, but Joe Biden would, the Democrats would, and have been.
At least you can potentially get Cornel West to 5% in Florida or nationally if you don't just throw away your vote by voting for Biden or Trump.
Yeah, and I think that's another thing that Vosh doesn't want to engage with. The fact is that obviously the electoral college is fucked, and that's a broken system, and we could talk about all of the faults of that. But in that system, like a way to actually give some utility to your vote, is to vote for a third party. And
no, third parties cannot win in the system. There is no utility in anything, their promotion, anything. If you have a message you want to get out there, run in the Democratic or Republican primaries. Right now, mathematically, first past the post systems do not allow for third parties to succeed in a two-party duopoly. That is just not how it works. You would only guarantee the closer party's downfall. It's just not how it works. If you want Cornel West to actually make a difference, he should run as a Democrat, do well enough to get up on the debate stage for a primary, and then yell at Joe Biden for being a corneal neoliberal, Like, do that. Bernie Sanders shifted the policy discussion for the Democrats significantly to the left just by being a primary candidate. You can do that. I don't care about Cornel West making the Green Party stage,
As Gavin pointed out, try and get them to 5%. I don't know. This is just the anarcho-Bidenism that we've always come to expect from a guy like Vosh.
That's true.
It's just like, you know what? We're already defeated. Let's just roll over and vote for the Democrats. And it's like,
no, that's your argument. We're already defeated in red states, so we might as well just roll over and virtue signal with protest votes to candidates that can do nothing, that are mathematically incapable of doing anything. It's not a matter of we're defeated. I'm not defeated when I vote for Biden. That's the best possible option. I'm engaging in a legitimate system for preventing fascist takeovers on state and international, and state and national levels. It's not like the dream world that I want to be in, where I can snap my fingers and instantly fix everything by making socialism happen, but it's the world that I live in. And that's fine. Nobody gets to exist in the world they want to live in. You have to build it, Neo-Nazis that have worked in the Republican like campaign system for decades now have, not all of them, but a lot of them, been patient and quiet and bided their time and tried to support systems that would allow them to bring about their ideology. And it's just kind of shameful, I think, that American leftists seem to have a worse understanding of how to gain power as a radical in a system than Nazis, who are, to a man, stupid. Like, why?
You're not at all interested in changing anything. You are not at all interested in thinking outside of the box.
You're not thinking outside of the box by slamming your head against a wall. Changing anything. Jesus Christ. Yeah, you're definitely going to change something with your Cornel West vote. Come on, dude. Stop pretending that it's a matter of pragmatism to vote third party. It's a virtue signal. Come on.
You're just going to turtle and play defense over and over and over again. I don't see how that's ever going to change anything.
But on the offense with Cornel West. Man, come on. Why pretend? Why pretend? Are they live right now? They don't do stuff like impromptu the way that I do, though, right? Oh, they are live. Hold on. Oh, Marion Williamson's there. Oh, they're not going to interrupt that. Oh, I hope they enjoy the conversation. I'm going to bother them after. For totally ineffective third-party candidates now because I have the benefit of living in a state where it doesn't matter and nothing's going to change. That's like defeatism. It's done.
In my opinion, it's going to go to the Republicans no matter who I vote for. So I'm going to vote for Cornel West in the general election, despite acknowledging, and I think it is important for us lefties to acknowledge that, yes, Joe Biden is the lesser of two evils, and I would much rather him be president again than Donald Trump be president again. I think it's a huge red flag of a faux populist when you start hearing people like Jimmy Dore making the argument that actually Trump is the lesser of two evils, and he's
that is literally
less of a fascist.
Just to be clear, that is of all the things he said, that is by far and away the dumbest shit I've ever heard him say.
Yes.
And for Sam Cedar to chime in and say, I'll debate him, I was watching that like, if he doesn't want to do it, I'll do it. I'll do it. Because that shit is, are you like, do you have any brain cells?
Did they edit out the
argument? Like, that's the thing.
Hello.
Like, he's a narrative humper and he's a terminal contrarian. So he has his narrative, which is like, actually, Democrats are the bigger evil. And it's like, if you follow the news at all in modern day, you would know for sure that it's interjected.
And reject the lesser of two.
What I understand is that everyone is a lesser evil. I don't know, like, this is settled science, man. Everyone is a lesser evil. That's
what about Cornel West?
Yes. What? Wait, no, he's a greater evil. Biden's better. I don't like Cornel West.
How is Cornel West evil?
Bro,
Like-
he's not going to give the bombs to the Ukraine, Slavic Ukraine.
They can't even engage with the idea. Everything is a lesser evil because whenever you're presented with a range of options, none of them will ever be perfect. That's not a real thing. There's no such thing as the perfect option where you literally solve everything at once. And you could find a good candidate and go, oh, well, he may be a good candidate, but he's slightly less charismatic. Or a perfect candidate would be 1 inch taller, which would increase their viability with the electorate by this much. Like, you could always do that. There's always a better candidate. There's always a better option. It's always a lesser evil argument. Yeah, even Bernie has downsides. Cornel West certainly does.
Right. But yeah, how the fuck is Cornel West evil, bro? Like, I agree that it was unserious of him to launch as a People's Party candidate. And Zach and I have been honest about the fact that, yeah, probably not the best way to launch your campaign. It kind of does represent a bit of a, lapse in his judgment for him to get on board with such a dysfunctional joke of a party run by a total grifter who's credibly accused of, harassment and sex.
I do think the Vanguard boys actually believe what they say, as opposed to a lot of the other people who I disagree with on this. So I'm willing to give them a lot more credence because they're not shamelessly and transparently grifting the way so many others are.
Sexual assault. I totally agree. And Zach and I were honest about that. But the fact of the matter is that he did listen to his critics and he did make the right decision, which is why he's now running as a Green Party candidate, which is why he ditched the People's Party. And ultimately, when it comes down to it, he aligns with my politics. Like, he's a progressive running on a progressive platform. I think that.
So this is exactly what I mean by virtue signal politics. Whether or not a candidate aligns with your politics is almost irrelevant when it comes to their viability as a politician. You found someone who agreed with you? Great. Search your comment section on YouTube. You'll find dozens, hundreds, thousands. What matters is, can they do that while also being a good, effective candidate? But the fact that that's not even... See, when I'm asked what would my preferred candidate be, it would be someone who's capable of effectively bringing to action my preferred policies. But what he says is he aligns with my beliefs. Which, to me, this is putting the cart before the horse, It's not hard to find socialists online, people who believe in the things that we believe in. It's very difficult to find them and also in them an effective politician. I don't think Cornel West is one. And I don't agree with all of his ideology either.
Because of the fact that the Democrats are refusing to sanction an actual debate where candidates like Marianne Williamson get a real chance to contrast her vision with Biden's vision, I think it's all the more necessary for aggressive third-party candidates to come out here and say, hey, if you're not going to sanction democracy in the traditional way, in the way that Bernie Sanders was allowed to come up through, then what other fucking choice do we have? What other fucking choice do we have? Because if the only choice for progressives is to take 4 years off and
run better candidates in the Democratic Party, that is the choice that you have. It's the same option that the far right has with the Republican Party. It's the same choice. It's not a fair system, but that's what you get.
Joe Biden stand idly by while Joe Biden, gets fucking recoronated, then I mean, that's unacceptable.
I'm not asking for anyone to stand idly by. The funny thing is that they're the ones advocating you stand idly by, because what they plan on doing is voting for Cornel West, getting nothing done, then spending 4 years not having participated in the actual processes that took place. Total non-action, right? You can promote progressivism within the DNC. Is it perfect? No. Is it good? No. Is it bad? Yes. But it's also all we can do. That's not defeatism. That's literally just an assessment of the mathematical realities of third-party voting in a first-past-the-post system. And you have to engage with these systems pragmatically. I don't care to have discussions that are rooted in anything other than a pragmatic understanding of how these things work. My goodness, you guys, the donations. All right, hold your horses. I'll read them after we do this video. Thank you.
That's frankly unacceptable. And if this is the only way we have to move the ball forward and to keep progressive agenda items and talking points in the mainstream discourse, then damn straight we're going to engage in it. Damn fucking straight we're going to engage.
Oh, no, not that. Nobody's going to take Cornel West seriously, and nobody will hear his voice. He's going to get... Guys, what's the over-under on 100,000 votes for Cornel West? Wait, how much did... hold on. Green Party votes 2020. How many did they get in the general election? Okay, they're the primaries, and then in the general, Howie Hawkins. Let me see. Why can I not find? Is the number so small that it's not numerically representable? Is it not possible to? Okay, Hawkins. Here we go. Okay, total votes for Hawkins. 0.26% of the votes, or 405,000. So you want to get Cornel West to 5% when the general election outcome for the Green Party before was 1/20th of 5% in the general. It's the third parties just aren't the way forward. They're not the way forward.
Engage in it. And if it means that Joe Biden loses to Donald Trump, which by the way, it won't, that's not what's going to happen. But even if that did happen,
Joe will win.
Would that be Cornel West's fault? Fuck no. That would be Joe Biden's fault.
No, it would be both of their faults, right? Joe Biden could have run a better campaign, and Cornel West could have not split the votes with the closer candidate.
That would be Joe Biden's fault for being such a dog shit fucking president that, out of the infinitesimal fraction of people that came out to vote for Cornel West, think about all the people that didn't vote at all. Think about all the people that should have voted for Biden, that would have voted for Biden if he had done a good job, but didn't, because he didn't make their lives better in any meaningful way whatsoever. So they stayed home.
That's not true. Joe Biden has made people's lives better. Again, competent neoliberal governance is still preferable to whatever Donald Trump was doing in 2016. The Inflation Reduction Act, the child tax credit. There are a lot of things that he's done that have meaningfully impacted people. But this, I agree that he could do far more. I'm not denying that. However, Cornel West will do nothing is the problem, right? Biden has done stuff, not enough, but some. Cornel West will do nothing, convince no one. So why risk it?
No, because they thought, who gives a shit who's president? It doesn't change my life. It's all just a fucking show anyway. Whether Donald Trump's in there or Joe Biden's in there, it doesn't affect my life. Now, am I saying that's true? No. I do think there's a difference between Biden and Trump. I think there is a very real difference. And like I said, I would rather Joe Biden be president than Donald Trump. But if Joe Biden cannot inspire enough people to turn out and reelect him, then that's not Cornel West's fault. That's simply not Cornel West's fault. And it's not anyone's fault to be.
You're advocating against him, which is why you can't really make this argument. I'm not, my problem here is advocacy for engagement in the third party system, which you're promoting. I'm not making the argument that Joe Biden is the perfect candidate who is not at fault if he loses. I mean, I certainly laid on plenty of criticism of Hillary Clinton's campaign. She lost. But, part of getting him to win, which is what I want, is keeping people from voting third party, which I consider to be ineffective and immoral, as I would voting Republican. After all, voting third party is just half of a Republican vote.
Be honest, other than Joe Biden's.
It's all of life is a lesser evil. That's the whole, people oh, well, I don't want to participate in voting for any evil. There's always an evil. It's what you're essentially saying is, I'm going to cross my arms and not participate until the perfect thing arises for me. I don't want to put any work in. I don't want to put in any effort. I just want the
We literally just advocated for a real person, Cornel West, and he's acting like Cornel West now doesn't exist. This is Cornel West erasure.
He doesn't exist. He's not real. He's fake.
Not very woke of you, Vosh.
Right. And also, it's just not true. There's not always a lesser evil. There's not in the Democratic primary. Marianne Williamson, I don't consider evil at all.
No, wait, okay. Lesser evil doesn't literally mean someone has to be evil. It means choosing the least bad choice. People will say, which lesser evil do you want to do? Do you want to go to the dentist today, or do you want to like go file your tax returns? Like people will just say lesser evil to mean the least bad of two options. I don't think Biden is evil. I think he's complacent primarily. I don't think that Marianne Williamson or Cornel West is evil. I think I think Marianne Williamson is doing far more personally than Cornel West is.
I think she's pretty fucking on the same page as me when it comes to like 95% of issues. I mean, and where I disagree with her, I don't think she's motivated out of evil. I don't think she comes to a different position than me on whatever issue because she's a bad person. No, I just think we have a slightly different understanding and different experiences which have informed our analysis. Same goes with Bernie Sanders. I mean, I voted for Bernie in the primary in 2016.
And Bernie's a lesser evil because he's not a perfect candidate, which means that there are hosts, there's a host of compromises, considerations, flaws that you have to take into consideration when voting for him. I accept those, and I recognize that of the evils, of the bad choices before me, he is by far the least bad, or at least was. You know, but that's just how choices are made.
And in 2020, I didn't consider him evil. That was the easiest vote I ever fucking cast.
I see, Tempest. I'll let them have some time with their chat, but maybe we will talk to the Vanguard boys. I don't think they like spontaneous discussions the way that I do, though.
Sprinted to the voting booth with a smile on my face, ready to cast my vote for Bernie Sanders. So no, there doesn't have to be a lesser evil. There's not always a lesser evil. Sometimes there is, which is why I personally won't vote for candidates like Joe Biden. But that's just a basic litmus test, in my opinion. That's just a basic litmus test because, like I said, you just can't compare someone like Bernie Sanders or Cornel West to Joe Biden. Stop pretending like these are the same person. Joe Biden, as I said, architect of mass incarceration. Dude put my fucking friends in jail. You know what I'm talking about? He voted for the Iraq War. Guess who didn't do those things? Bernie Sanders and Cornel West. So
yeah, that's great. Does it mean that Cornel West is going to get more done? No. He's a third-party candidate. It's irrelevant. Even if his positions were perfect, if he's incapable of affecting them, then I don't care. He needs to be a viable candidate, which a third-party candidate can't be. I wish he'd run as a Democrat. Though, again, he does have some crank tendencies, so maybe it's better that he keeps quiet. I don't know. Yeah, it's utilitarianism. We're never getting this. I looked very quickly at the Vanguard's live chat. They said, I'll be the one to say it. Bravely. I'm not saying Vosh is racist, but he does tend to have a lot of racist AF moments and tendencies, often. Bravely. Did I contact the Vanguard guys through Discord before, or was it through Zoom? It was Zoom, wasn't it? So I couldn't just, like, message them. Yeah, then there's not really a way for me to directly contact them. Even their chat is subscriber only.
No, you don't always have to fucking vote for the lesser of two evils. Same with Marianne Williamson, obviously, by the way. So no, you don't always have to vote for the lesser of two evils. And we can demand better options. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't understand this bullshit defeatism from Vosh, which is, again, especially ironic considering that he's accusing us of being the defeatists because we don't have to want to swallow the pill that is voting for Joe fucking Biden.
Perfect thing. Again, it's just not defeatism. It's literally how the system works. The Green Party is not going to win the presidency. Voting for Cornel West when you could be voting for Joe Biden is a risk because there is no benefit in voting for Cornel West, and there is a benefit in voting for Joe Biden. Refraining from voting for Joe Biden if you already live in a safe red or blue state is exactly how Republicans win and shift the demographic tendencies of those states. It's just how it is. It's just how it is. Thing to show up. That's not how it works. And it's never going to work that way. It's not going to work that way in a socialist government. It's not going to work that way in a communist society. It's never going to work that way. It doesn't work that way. People just want to make everything an expression of their own personal moral virtue. It's a symptom of like the narcissistic political engagement of the times,
Oh, well, you host a YouTube show where you talk to nobody for fucking hours about politics and you want to tell me about narcissistic political engagement? Get fucked.
Wait, I talked to chat. Wait, I've got chat with me. I've got my little PogChamps in chat.
And to be fair to Vosh, like, I can kind of understand what he's saying here, and to an extent, I share his frustration, but only when it comes to the people that refuse to vote for any Democrat ever. Like, if you're one of those people that won't even vote for Bernie or Marianne Williamson just because they're running as Democrats, and you think you're so fucking pure that even though you agree with someone on 90% of the issues, and they're clearly better than the incumbent alternative, by every imaginable metric, but you're still like, I'm too pure. And because I've been listening to Jimmy Dore for the last 5 years, I just don't think I can, vote for any Democrat, even if they're actually a literal progressive. That I do find annoying, and I do think that is, narcissistic, and I do think that's kind of just like, doing politics as this like performative, look how pure I am, look, how virtuous I am. But again, that's when we're talking about candidates that aren't even fucking actually evil. People like Bernie Sanders and Marianne Williamson that actually represent a progressive future, that actually support progressive policies. When you're just talking about ghouls like Joe Biden, then no, I think that's ridiculous to say.
Identity as just that, an identity, and not a reflection of something greater. So they'll think like, oh, well, okay, maybe I'll acknowledge it's better for Joe Biden to win than for Trump to win, but like that doesn't really speak to me. That's not me. I'm not a Biden voter. That's not that's not who I am. That's not that's not what represents me, I'm a Cornell West voter. Well, I don't give a shit what you are. I give a shit what the outcome of these elections are. And you're not going to get good outcomes if you throw your votes away. Even in states that are already decidedly red, it's just there's no point. Third parties are just not a thing. They're not real. They're fake. Don't listen to them.
LOL. This is such good advice. This is such hopeful advice for the future. I'm actually feeling really inspired and motivated to participate in politics right now. Thank you.
Okay, I know that this is a joke, but like if your participation in politics hinges on me delusionally selling you the idea that third parties are a viable way out of the party duopoly, then you're basically saying you don't care about what happens and you don't care about reality. You care about a narrative where you get to feel like a special hero for beating back the tide of the normies and their political engagement. It's always this like, well, defeatism, that. I don't care whether or not my narrative is understood as a hopeful or defeatist one. What I care about is the path to victory. And as long as we're on that path, I'm going to be happy about it. When we stray from that path, I'm going to be unhappy about it. I don't care how dirty that path is. I don't care whether or not it involves voting for Joe Biden or become a DNC shill. If the outcome of this entire messy process is more power for us, for socialists or for the working class or for progressives or whatever else, to victory, then that's what I care about. If that means being patient for a while, if that means understanding my relative weakness and lying in wait, then fine. I don't care. I don't think it's defeatist, Again, we must learn as ever from our mentally simple opposition, the Nazi, who have had an outstanding effect on right-wing politics in this country for decades, but they never succeed when they're out and about with it, right? Maybe now they are, but historically, they've had to be a little bit more clever. Certainly after the civil rights movement, the anti-black contingent of America's right wing has needed to rely a little bit more on euphemism. But the paths they took were for their benefit. It wasn't, say, complacency or defeatism for the racist white man in America to start using euphemisms rather than screaming the N-word. It was their path to victory. A horrid path, to be sure, from our ethical perspective, but we can't deny that it was more effective for them to start coding their language than screaming racial slurs. But if we had just thrown our arms up, well, this is all defeatism. We should just vote third party, all of us, and scream the N-word. Well, nothing gets done that way.
Vosh, this has been uplifting, and shame on those pessimistic people who think that you have other options besides two corporate candidates. That's fucking for the birds. You're right. This is America. Go back to another country if you don't like it. Love it or leave it, pal.
Well, I want first past the post to be changed, so I'm not suggesting love it or leave it. I'm not happy with the fact that it's a two-party duopoly, but it is one.
Right. And again, people have been following your fucking advice for years, Vosh. Oh, just keep voting blue. Eventually, we'll banish the fascists for good, right?
I don't say that. I just say it's better than the red winning. That's it. It's not complicated. By the way, remember when the red won in 2016? Then we got 3 Republican Supreme Court justices, and now all the fabric and everything institutional about this country, even the like legislative boundaries that protected people, are being eroded like rapidly. That's cool. That's so great. I love that, you know? It's almost like the process of building up a bulwark against fascism isn't a super cool and rewarding one where you get to feel like a hero and you vanquish the fascists with a single fell vote. It's almost like the process of protecting your society against fascism is multifaceted, and that making sure the non-fascist candidates win is just the, to be clear, bare fucking minimum that I should not even have to ask you to do. It's the most basic protection, and that protection eroded for one presidency. We got 3 Republican Supreme Court justices, and now everything's up on the table. It doesn't fix the problem, it just gives us time.
If we just vote blue enough times, then the fascists will go away and never come back. Yeah,
true.
Right. More people voted for Hillary Clinton than Donald Trump in 2016. Did that get rid of the fascists? No.
Oh my, wow. It's incredible. The Electoral College is bad? Really? Again, like it's just no engagement. They can't conceive of this as anything other than like a child's battle against evil. Like there's no political strategizing, broader consideration.
Oh, Donald Trump still fucking won, thanks to the Electoral College.
But if only Jill Stein actually hadn't run, and she cost him Pennsylvania, or cost her Pennsylvania.
Right. So yeah, the people followed Vaush's advice in 2016. We got fascism.
What? If more people had followed my advice, first of all, I wasn't even a streamer back in 2016. Second of all, if more people had followed my advice, Hillary would have won. What is that? Wait, the strategy of voting for Hillary Clinton is what cost Hillary Clinton the election? I don't understand. I don't understand. This is flailing. It's inept flailing, an inability to engage with the ideas, the arms wave, where the wacky inflatable tube man you see outside of car dealerships. What is this? Now, you know, not only does voting blue not break the corporate duopoly, it also leads to red winning. Now, come on.
People followed Vaush's advice again in the last election cycle. Joe Biden did win that election, but guess who's back? Donald fucking Trump.
Wow, it's almost like it doesn't end the problem. It just buys us time. And the one time in recent years that we failed to successfully build a bulwark against fascism, we immediately had significant losses, both culturally and judicially. Okay.
So apparently voting blue does not actually banish fascism.
No, it doesn't.
Apparently fascism is just going to come back every single election cycle for as long as we continue to tolerate this bullshit duopoly where we're given 2 fake choices and told to vote for the lesser of 2 evil every single time in order to push back fascism. Oh, just got
This is one of the things that makes me know for a fact that I'm right. It's when the opposition can't actually engage with your arguments. If you make arguments and they're not responded to directly, like they have to keep like, oh, well, Vaush is saying this will fix everything. When have I said that? Come on. When have I said that? You know I don't say this. This would be as bad faith as me saying, oh, you think that voting for Cornel West is going to fix fascism. But notice how I'm not doing that. When I criticize them, I'm criticizing them directly on the idea of even engaging with third parties, not assigning to them the belief that it'll instantly fix fascism, because I'm engaging with what they believe in good faith. I'm targeting their actual beliefs.
Push it back one more time, which is
yes, keep pushing it back. Yes, what do you mean? Yes, if the tide of fascism is bearing down on you, yes, you do keep pushing it back one more time unto eternity. Forever. Yes, you keep doing it every time. You're casting your vote once every 4 years, okay? Can we please stop pretending that you're like being signed up for an 18-hour shift at the coal mine for the rest of your life? Come on. Seriously? Yes, that is what you do. They have to lose no matter what. No matter which one of us wins, they lose. That is the necessary outcome. The difference between a Bernie Sanders or a Cornel West presidency and a Biden presidency is infinitesimally small when compared to the difference between a presidency run by us and a presidency run by them. They need to lose. Oh, yes, always. I'm sorry if it requires work. I'm sorry if it's not always superheroic and you don't always get to be the big special boy.
obviously stupid given the fact that Democrats also represent fascism as well, just maybe of a slightly more milquetoast variety.
No, they don't. That's not what fascism means. They represent neoliberalism, which is an ideology associated with liberalism, which is the precursor to fascism. In many cases, it's not itself fascism.
But yeah, continuing to engage in the duopoly and refusing to protest the duopoly is not going to get rid of fascism. That's been made.
No, but it holds it back if you vote for the right side.
Evidently clear.
And that Trump is the lesser of two evils. That's ridiculous. So yeah, I do live in a safe state, and I would actually take it further than you, Kyle. You said if someone lives in a safe state, then you think it's totally fine to vote for a third party or Green Party candidate.
I will never get over how ridiculous I look when I'm brushing my beard. I really need to get over fidgeting with my beard because I don't mind doing it while streaming because I don't give a shit. But looking at it in retrospect, I have a fucking beard brush in my desk. It looks so silly, you know? So it's stimming. It's not stimming because I do stim and it's not this. It's actually that I have a really, really, really irritating pattern of beard growth where most of my beard growth is in a consistent direction, but right here, it's always right here. There's one specific spot where my beard hair growth direction turns, and I always feel like the hair there is bristling against like my skin in the wrong way, which is why, and I fluff it, and then I like mess my beard, and then I'm like, oh, now my beard's out of order, so I like brush my beard. But as for stimming, I literally have a fidget cube right here. You just never see it. So it's you know, so not a meaningful difference, but a difference I'll reaffirm anyway. Don't you have hand warmers? You mean gloves? One of the side effects of taking Adderall is that it can reduce blood circulation to your hands, which can make your hands very cold. But it's been years now, and I've mostly gotten over it. So my hands don't feel that cold relative to the rest of my body. Though they do feel kind of cold right now. I'll turn the AC off. Why do you take Adderall? Because I have ADHD.
And I would actually go further than that. I would say if you live in a solidly red or solidly blue state and there's a Green Party candidate as good as Cornel West on the ballot, then you almost have no excuse not to vote for that candidate, right? Because if you're living in Missouri or California on the flip side of that, then your vote is meaningless, honestly. And let's be honest about the president.
It's not. What if you believe that? Okay, if Republicans believed this, then Florida would have never become a red.
That's completely ridiculous because Florida was never a solidly blue state. Florida was a swing state. Now it is a solidly red state, but it was a swing state, not a solidly blue state, which is what I'm saying is.
Okay, so if all of the Republicans in Florida now started going, oh, well, we're going to vote for third-party candidates now, it would go back to being a swing state, right? It's a good thing Republicans don't really do that. Well, the Libertarian Party still does get a decent number of votes, but they're kind of getting captured by the Republicans anyway because of the Mises caucus. Yeah.
The kind of state that's safe to vote for Cornel West in if you don't want to have to worry about potentially splitting the election.
Then
like
how do you get it back to being a swing state? Florida went to Obama twice. Yeah, guys, look here. 2008 Obama election map. Remember the world we once lived in? Look at that sweep. Whew. Look at that Florida. Look at those 27 electoral votes. Oh. How do you if you want to bring back Florida, you can't just give up. Imagine if all the Republicans, because of 2008, they were like, oh, no point in voting for Mitt Romney and then Trump again in Florida because it went to blue. So you know, like that's ridiculous. Just vote for the candidate who's actually going to win. You know, your time to banty about is in the primary process. That's what it's for. Why wouldn't Cornel West run as Democrat? Why? Well, he has bad political instincts, as evidenced by the People Party fiasco. So, are we getting a shot in at the Vanguard? No, they ended the stream. Okay, so no. Sorry, guys, no live engagement. Can't interrupt the discussion with Marianne Williamson. That'd be silly.
Florida was never one of those states in the first place. It was traditionally a swing state, basically for my entire life up until the Trump era.
Well, he would argue that Missouri is also technically a swing state, is I think what he's getting at. So like he would say that it only recently became firmly red in Missouri also. But I just think
if this had been 10 years ago, then I wouldn't be saying that I lived in a solidly safe state. I would be saying that I lived in a swing state.
So if the status of a state can change, wouldn't that indicate that you should... Okay, I've made my point here, but I don't know how they're not getting this. I don't understand. Like it's like a self-evident conclusion that you would have to arrive at, which is that if you give up the case the moment a state is safe in either direction, you cede it. The blue states will become swing states, and swing states will become red states, and then you'll no longer fight once the red states because might as well fight right third like.
Just like if I had lived in Florida 5 or 10 years ago, I would be saying that it was a swing state too, not a safe state. I'm talking about states like fucking California. California is going to go blue, 100%. Or Alabama. Like if you live in Alabama, it doesn't matter who you vote for. It definitely is not going to fucking go for Biden.
But if all the Democrats and all the Republicans in California and Alabama respectively voted third party, they wouldn't be safe states anymore.
So you might as well vote
Ronald
for
Reagan won California.
All right, if the fucking candidate was literally the governor of that state, then maybe that changes the calculus. But I think everyone knows what I'm saying. I'm not talking about states like Florida. So that should be obvious to Vosh. I think he's intentionally straw manning my argument here. I'm talking about states that you know which way they're going to go.
I am talking about that, and I'm not straw man. I'm addressing that.
I'm talking about safe states. And by the way, as far as swing states are concerned, do what the hell you want. I'm not telling you who to vote for. I'm not voter shaming you.
I am. I am. It is a political... This anti-voter shaming shit is actual brain poison. Why would you not? If you have political prescription, if you think it's bad for some political outcomes to happen, you should voter shame people. Why wouldn't you? What is this voter shaming thing? Oh, you're politics shaming me. That's when you shame someone for their politics. Yes? Happily? For fun and for profit, bitch. What do you mean? Obvious. Yes. What?
Regardless of what decision you make. As I said, if you decide to pull the lever for Joe Biden because you think he's a better president than Donald Trump would be, then I sympathize with that decision. That's what Zach decided to do last time around. And you don't see me giving Zach shit for that. I think that was a reasonable
why not?
decision.
Do it. Tear each other apart. I don't care. Do it. Why not? Fight me. Wait. What do you mean? Why would you not? You're making political prescriptions. We're making arguments for things that have the highest consequential outcome. We're talking about who gets to run the most powerful country on earth. Why are these decisions not ones we should make moral prescriptions for or on? If you can't shame someone for their relative decisions within the Democratic primary or the third party, then how can we shame somebody for voting red? If we can't shame somebody for voting for fascists, then why shame fascism? What is the difference between people who will vote in fascism through the legislative means they're given, or the electoral means they're given, and just fascism? Like, what's this moral boundary? Why can't we shame people? I want to shame people. Why not? Why can't I? Why can't I?
And I'm glad that Biden's president instead of Trump. So if you do live in a swing state, if you do live in Pennsylvania or Georgia, then vote your conscience, man. I'm not telling you.
Don't vote your conscience. Vote for Biden, you cretin. Don't vote your... I don't care what your conscience says. You average voter in Pennsylvania, you're retarded. I know more about politics than you. Do what I say. What do you mean? What is this? What, vote your conscience? What, so like a racist? Shit like, oh, well, my conscience is I don't want my white daughter dating no black. Oh, well, I'm going to the voter. Yeah, you want that guy's conscience? Make an argument. Why are we so allergic to this? Why? You would have no moral problem shaming a person for going to a rally and beating up some queers, but you'll tell that man to vote his conscience at the voting booth? Why? I don't want him voting his conscience. I want him voting my conscience. That's how morals work. You make prescriptions based on your values. I don't get this. It's this sensitivity to quote unquote voter shaming, which stemmed from the 2016 election and onward, where a bunch of lefties got really upset at mainstream media blaming them for Hillary's loss because they voted for Bernie Sanders in the primary. And mainstream media was wrong to do that. But the problem there wasn't mainstream media voter shaming. It was that they were voting shaming incorrectly. They were wrong, but not the process was fine. That worked.
You to vote for Cornel West, but I'm also not telling you not to vote for Cornel West. I think you can make your decision. What I am saying is to people who live in states like California, which is definitely going to go blue, or states like Alabama, which are definitely going to go red, and I'm telling you that your vote is meaningless, thanks to the fact that we live in a system where
it will be if you vote for Cornel West.
The popular vote is not what decides the election, and it's an electoral college. So
Wait, that doesn't mean your vote is meaningless. It just means that there's a disproportionate skewing of voting outcomes based on the proportional electoral allotment to a state. That doesn't mean it's worthless. That just means that there's an additional level of abstraction on top of it. I mean, obviously, you could have faithless electors, but for the most part, it doesn't go that way.
If you're a Republican in California, your vote is absolutely meaningless. And if you're a Democrat in Alabama, then
Reagan won California. It wasn't meaningless. They won. Your
vote is absolutely meaningless. Might as well vote for a third party.
I will just add the caveat that I don't personally believe that Howie Hawkins was the kind of candidate.
Yeah, even in Alabama, first of all, in California, there are Republican winners in like local areas. They had a Republican governor in Schwarzenegger, and in Alabama, what happened to Roy Moore? As much as Alabama wanted to vote in Roy Moore, pedophile, on account of that special election, who was the person who? Why am I forgetting? It was like 51-49 against the fucking Roy Moore. Doug Jones, that's it. 50% versus 48.3%. If you took these chuckle fucks advice and didn't vote because it's Alabama, it doesn't matter. Like, I don't get it. I don't get it. I know these aren't presidential elections, but like, you can't not participate.
Candidate that a guy like Cornel West is this time around. So I feel like if it had been, if Cornel West had run against Joe Biden in 2020 as the Green Party candidate, I might not have voted for him just to, because I now I'm getting the chat. No, it's okay. I get you. I get you guys. That's okay. It's because I'm paid by Big Pharma.
Safe state, then you think it's totally fine to vote for a third party or Green Party candidate. I would actually go further than that. I would say if you live in a solidly red or solidly blue state and there's a Green Party candidate as good as Cornel West on the ballot, then you almost have no excuse not to vote for that candidate, right? Because if you're living in Missouri or California on the flip side of that, then your vote is meaningless, honestly. And let's be honest about the president.
It's not. What if you believe that? Okay, if Republicans believed this, then Florida would have never become a red state. Like it's like defeatism politics here, It sure is a damn shame that the right keeps getting all these big gains by ignoring the philosophy that we use, which gets us nothing ever. Let's just give up. No, how do you think you're going to build infrastructure for political activism on an electoral level in these states if you're doing so through like this skewed mishmash of third-party candidates? We need the DNC to be working well in Florida. We need the DNC to be working well in Missouri, and you're not going to get.
Okay, this is ridiculous. This is the last straw. This guy thinks that the DNC is gonna. What do you think the DNC is gonna do, Vosh? They're just gonna open up chapters where you go to.
What do you think Cornel West is going to do?
Your Democratic Party meeting, everybody gets together, sings Kumbaya, and votes on what the initiatives are going to be. That's not how the fucking thing works. You take a state like South Carolina, Vosh. You know what the DNC does when they decide that they have a candidate that they want? So what was that guy's name? Jamie Harrison, I believe was his name, right?
You know what the funny thing is? One of the worst elements of the DNC is the fact that they take these guys' advice. They write off red states and don't invest in candidates there. They listen to these guys. We're listening to two DNC front runners right now. We're listening to the men behind the operation. Because if you look at DNC operations in red states, you realize that they write off these areas the way Republicans don't. Look at Republican gains in New York for an example of this. And they'll go, well, there's no point here. But like, I'm arguing against that. The Democrats should continue to invest in every state, not just continue to pour money into California, New York, and a couple of swing states to appease their financiers. I'm arguing the other. But the DNC has listened to their advice. They've gone, well, it's a red state. Why even bother, right? But it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. Republicans were smart enough to continue investing in areas where it didn't seem as though they had a very strong hold. And they invested heavily in swing states and continue to, as the DNC does, but they don't lessen that grasp, the moment they feel like it's hopeless. They keep trying. They're smarter. Yeah, the Democrats are limp-wristed. I'm arguing for action here.
They spent, I think it was the most expensive Senate race ever. Well, I can't, Senate race cost. I don't even want to be wrong. It was millions and millions of dollars, for sure. 130 million. Yeah, he spent $118 per vote in that fucking race. Jamie Harrison spent more than $130 million in Richard losing to Republican incumbent Lindsey Graham. That's what the DNC is going to do, pal, because they're not going to put up somebody inspiring. What do you think? The DNC is going to open up shop and be like, you know what? I think that a candidate with the inspiring politics of Bernie Sanders could really raise the ruckus in a deep red state like Missouri.
I wonder if there's any relationship between the DNC not promoting progressive candidates and progressives not working within the DNC. Nazis work within the RNC, and for some reason they keep getting Nazi candidates that get institutional support, like popping up all over the country. And wow, who could have thought the Democrats keep just promoting neoliberal candidates when only neoliberals participate in their systems?
Missouri, let's give $100 million to Lucas Kuntz, who wouldn't even be my first choice, but he would be way to the left of what the Democrats are going to get involved with, even if he is taking a little bit of corporate money, even if he's just on a slightly to the left of Sherrod Brown kind of a politics. They would never do that. They would never do that, right? Why? Because that's not they're interested in, wetting the palms of the fucking individuals that buy the ads up, so that it's just a racketeering basically.
No, it's not racketeering. It's party culture. Okay, the DNC does not operate at peak efficiency for its own benefit. It's guided by the ideology and interests of the people who work there. And as I've said before, radical extremist far-right people have successfully infiltrated the GOP and have worked to promote their interests within the organization. We saw it with the Tea Party candidates. We've seen it with the MAGA and QAnon candidates. They have effectively infiltrated and used the framework of the GOP to their own benefit, oftentimes to the detriment of GOP donors. Peter Thiel has said he's not going to donate to Republican candidates anymore because he doesn't like the MAGA crowd. The QAnon stuff spooked off a lot of investors. But you know what? They kept doing it anyway, because it turns out that as much as the GOP loves money, that's not like a uniform 100% guaranteed a determining factor in what they're going to end up doing. There's a lot that goes into it. Likewise with the Democratic Party, during the Clinton years, the Democratic Party was 100% neoliberal down to a man, and now there are plenty of local and even some national candidates who I would fairly consider progressives, even if they're not socialists like me or whatever, right? They're not perfect, but they're definitely a lot better. If you want to change how the DNC behaves, do to it what the Republicans did to the GOP. Work harder to infiltrate, to spread your ideology, and to promote it and disseminate it. Get the DNC to invest more heavily in red states and to promote candidates that actually excite local interest rather than just promote complacency. This can be done. You achieve nothing with Cornel West. Nothing. Zilch, nada. You are as delusional in your belief that that will be a successful avenue of approach as the far-right people who believe that creating the American Nazi Party and running third party would be oh, this is how we're going to get it done, And by the way, the reason I keep comparing us to our far-right extremist opposition is because from the perspective of the median voter, extremism tends to be extremism. And the tactics for making extremism palatable to the voter, even if in our case extremism means you don't go bankrupt from, getting a boo-boo in a car accident, and their form of extremism involves genocide, fundamentally, we're talking about political change and the widening of the Overton window, okay? And it will not work. Every effort to shift things rightward through some kind of extremist third-party Nazi nonsense has failed, whereas their infiltration of the GOP has succeeded. So I think that we should be a little bit smarter, we should think a little bit more strategically, and we should try to shape the politics of this country in a way that will actually benefit the working man. Unlike voting for Cornel West, limp dick virtue signal voting that makes you feel like you're a lone warrior against the duopoly, when in reality you're doing nothing. You're participating in the same system of cope that has existed for hundreds of years. The losers party, the kids table at the adults affair where you get to go and say, I voted for a real candidate, to a bunch of other people who get to say, I voted voted for a real candidate, and you all died having accomplished nothing, okay? This isn't defeatism, it's realism. It's an understanding of how politics functions, and I don't think there's anything wrong or morally incorrect about acknowledging that and working with that. And this isn't an impugning of either of your intelligences. It's not. Sincerely, I just think your perspective on what is and isn't good politics has been shaped heavily by a internet poisoned and politically ineffective narrative. It's conditioning. It's socially determined. I just don't want to be the smuggest person in the concentration camp. You know, I just don't want to feel like I was the most principled person in the gas chamber. I don't care. I don't want to be the most principled guy in the concentration camp, okay? I want to be the most politically effective guy in a working class society. I want to live in a proletarian state where I get to reflect on decades of decisions I've had to make, not all of which I felt great about, but all of which I believed in, which led us to this point. That's how politics works. Nobody got shit done by being a hardline, naive idealist who refuses to participate. Even leftist revolutionaries like Lenin and Mao made what I would consider to be severe ideological concessions, even prior to taking power in government, concerning the operation of their militia, the people they were willing to work with, the targets they took. There's no clean path. There's no clean path. I feel like after all that rambling I just did, there's no possible thing that I could say to add on to it in watching the remainder of this video, but I'll watch a little bit more of it.
Like, they knew they were not going to win Lindsey Graham's seat in South Carolina. They did that for press. They did that to have like a faux like resistance so that they could fundraise off of it. All kinds of shit like that. So this is what happens if you take Vosh's advice. If you the DNC is just gonna open up shop and they're gonna really uplift the people of Missouri, and then all those Mark Twain reading Ozarks women hillbillies, they're gonna get right up and lifted and vote for Joe Biden, eh? No, that's not how it's gonna fucking work, Vosh.
100%. Right. And, you say that jokingly about the Democratic Party opening up chapters in a state like Missouri. But the fact of the matter is, it's not third party voters. You can't.
I don't know.
You can't blame third party voters for the failures of the Democratic Party in states like Missouri.
I can blame everyone who doesn't vote for the candidate that I want them to vote for not wanting to vote for the candidate I wanted them to vote for. And I will. I will go door to door. I will find the Appalachian coal miner who has been failed by the government for 63 years, and I will look them in the face and tell them, you vote for Joe Biden, you piece of shit. I will find every single impoverished black family in Mississippi, and I will go door to door, and I will tell them, for your benefit, vote blue. I don't care.
In states like Kentucky, which recently did vote blue, to blame third-party voters for the fact that Republicans have taken over in states like Missouri is asinine, completely ludicrous. The fact of the matter is the Democratic Party has abandoned states like Missouri. It has abandoned states like Missouri.
Interesting. They've abandoned red states. I wonder whose advice they were taking.
Written states like Missouri and Kentucky off as, unwinnable states full of a bunch of redneck hillbillies who are never going to elect a Democrat, which obviously is not true. If you go back not that far, states like West Virginia, states like Missouri, and
whoa, red states, if you go back not that far, weren't red states, and there might be some value in convincing people in these states to vote. The votes do matter there.
Kentucky actually did go blue quite a bit when the Democrats were more of like an economically populist, labor-oriented party. It's only more recently, since the Democrats have kind of become a more like party of coastal elites, that those states have turned.
What is it? Wait, hold on. What is this narrative? The Republican Party represents wealthy people more than the Democratic Party. Wait, don't buy into the Republican narrative. Democrats have never been like proletarian. They've been more worker-oriented than Republicans for the past 80 years or so on average, but not entirely. And the overall like disinvestment in unions and labor rights has been a shift across both parties. What you're talking about is a shift in propaganda, not a shift in reality.
So again, to blame third-party candidates and voters for states like Missouri turning red is completely asinine. It's very reminiscent of TYT blaming trans activists for Democratic politicians losing their elections to Republicans. It's like, no,
What? How is blaming trans activists for losing elections the same as blaming people who not voted for you for not voting for you?
third parties have no power. Third-party voters have no power. They make up an infinitesimal fraction of the voting electorate. If you want to blame any voters, blame the ones that stay home. Blame the 50% of the country that doesn't even fucking bother to get out of the bed and go vote.
I will.
Why are you blaming people
I do.
Why are you blaming the people that did decide to go to the fucking polls and cast their vote? Those are the people that actually are participating in our democracy. What about the people that stay home? Not that they should be blamed. Obviously, people have good reason to have apathy towards electoralism. But if you're going to blame it,
they're wrong. Their apathy is incorrect. There is a meaningful difference in the quality of their lives between a Republican and Democrat victory. They're wrong. They're wrong. And I'll blame them for it. Yeah.
Anyone, the percentage of non-voters far outweighs the percentage of third-party voters. So maybe
I'll get both. Yeah.
Flip from red into like a Cornell West Green Party deal, okay? You're going to get, you need to build the infrastructure. Like the right does this.
5%. Bosch, 5%. 5% nationally, a whole pie.
0.25% last election.
One vote in Missouri.
Also, I don't care. Even if he got 5%, what would that do? Nothing.
Even though, of course, it's not going to go to the Green Party, fucking idiot. It's still your vote still counts to giving them national funding, which I think is a reasonable and respectable goal. And even if Bosch doesn't share it, even if he's like, you know what, I am going to vote for Joe Biden, I'm not going to vote for Cornel West because of his association with the People's Party or whatever reason Bosch decides to go because he's not going to give enough money to Ukraine or whatever. I don't fucking know.
I would never vote for a third-party candidate. I would never. Absolutely not. Under this system, it is a duopoly. If the system changes, I'll vote for another candidate. But under this system, it's a duopoly. That's how it is. They're mathematically an L in this system.
Like at least our vote will have a purpose, and his purpose will be.
See, that's it. That's the narrative they care about. The purpose, my vote may do nothing, but at least it's the revolutionaries' vote. Yeah, it's the cope table. It's the babies' table. You get to sit in the baby seat with the babies. We may not be at the grown-ups table where they're actually doing politics, but at least we made the narratively satisfying choice.
Get Joe Biden back in office to do fuck all for another 4 more years and probably die and leave us Kamala Harris to inherit. No thanks.
He's not been doing fuck all, but yes, that's preferable to fascism.
When the right wants to build power in a state, they don't just fling a bunch of shit into it. They build advocacy within that state. Like, look what happened to Florida. And if they want the Republicans to be more or less radical in any given issue, they participate within the systems that get them power. They don't just sit there waiting. Well, you just said voting Green parties is useless. How would this be different from voting in a safe state? What do you mean? There need to be as many people as possible voting for a repudiation of fascism. It's not enough that fascists lose.
Voting for Cornel West is the definitive repudiation of fascism. Voting for...
they're doing the meme. I said I'm not going to strawman them and pretend they believe voting for Cornel West is defeating fascism. And then he's like, well, actually, voting for Cornel West is defeating fascism.
Joe Biden is a signature. It's a cosign on fascism.
That's true. Yes, it's true. When you vote for Joe Biden, the only candidate who can beat Trump in this election, you're actually voting for fascism. Whereas if you vote for a candidate who will do nothing, you're actually right. Yes, of course.
They have to be defeated.
Presidential election, unless you live in one of 6 or 7 states, the vote you cast for president is one of the most meaningless things you're ever going to do. And because of the Electoral College, it doesn't matter.
Notice how Republicans never say this. Ever. Even Nazis, even super far-right people who know that the Republican Party doesn't represent the fullest extent of their interests, they never say this because it's stupid, because it doesn't work. It's anti-politics. They never say it. They don't.
Honestly, unless you live in Georgia, right, at this point. So I think that's something that needs to be said, and I wish that more people would understand how meaningless their vote for president is, because if more people employed my logic of, well, if I live in a state that's definitely going to go red or definitely going to go blue, so therefore I might...
The DNC applies your logic, and it fails us in these states.
Well, just vote for the Green Party. I think if more people realize that, then the Green Party by now would have reached that 5% threshold.
If more people applied that logic, then those states wouldn't be safe blue. Then the red would have won. It's not a parliamentary system. The Greens and the Dems don't form a coalition percentage on who wins. And
you fucking idiot. I'm mostly talking about people that don't vote because of the fact that they're in solidly red or solidly blue states.
Okay, if you have a person who would vote blue in a solidly blue state, but then they don't, And if enough people do that, it's not a solidly blue state anymore. And if you are in a red state, where if all the Democrats or all the left-leaning people rose up and voted blue, they could actually get a swing state going again, and they don't, then it will always be a red state. So the system ensures red states stay red, blue states don't necessarily stay blue. It's not good.
As a country, we love to shame people for not participating in democracy, but can you really shame someone for not participating in democracy when they already know which way their given state is going to vote? Like I
Yes, yeah, happily, yeah, for fun, to anyone. I will learn sign language so I can explain to the deaf that they're being retarded for not voting, even if they're in a safe blue or red state. I don't care.
I said, if you live in California and you're a Republican, then when it comes to the presidential election, it literally doesn't fucking matter.
They won in Reagan.
Same thing if you're a Democrat living in Alabama or something. Like, it simply doesn't matter. So my point is that if more people, if more non-voters who are so, depressed and apathetic about electoralism for good reason, that they just stay home because, again, it doesn't really matter who they cast their vote for. If more of those people realize that, hey, actually, there is a way to vote that will have meaning. And even though, it's not going to make Cornel West president, at least I can be contributing to a larger, bigger project, something that perhaps within my lifetime.
Yeah, well, at least, it may not do anything or achieve any goal, but at least I feel, it's feeling politics. Oh my God. It's incredible the cognitive dissonance necessary to impugn voting in a safe blue or red state because it's meaningless, but then to argue for voting for a third party, even though they know he won't become president because it's meaningful because ?
Can actually become a serious political force. That actually gets people to come out to the polls. And guess what? If you're inspiring a bunch of super far left Cornel West voters to come out to the polls, guess what? Chances are those people aren't just going to be voting for president. They're going to be voting down ballot. And that means they're going to be voting for other lefty candidates down ballot, people that are running for state senate, people that are, maybe running for like city council, whatever other elections are going on, ballot initiatives, a lot of
Democrats? Because I don't give a shit if they're voting for the Green Party city commissioner.
States are having like abortion ballot initiative, stuff like that. So to get a bunch of left-leaning, progressive-minded people that, support a socialist platform, to get those people to the voting booths on election day is great. That's a great thing. Even if they're not going to vote for fucking Joe Biden.
And just make them vote for Joe Biden too. They're already there. Might as well get them to make the correct decision. Voter turnout isn't much lower in safe red, safe blue states. Oregon has the same turnout as Minnesota. Yeah, it's just, I guess you're more likely to vote if you're in a colder state? Huh. How odd. Actually, this is very interesting data. I'd have to think about this for a bit. Yeah, just it's virtue signal politics. It's not. We're almost done with the video.
Chances are they're going to vote for a bunch of other progressive Democrats down ballot. That's what I always do. So I think it's just ridiculous to voter shame people. And again, I'm not talking about people that are already voting for Joe Biden. If you're already living in a state and you already have your mind made up, I'm a vote blue no matter who, I'm going to vote for Joe Biden. Okay, whatever. Like I said, I'm not really in the interest of voter shaming people or even changing their mind. If you do live in a state and you feel strongly that you'd rather Joe Biden be president and you want to keep him in office, then go for it. Have a field day. You go do that. I'm not going to stop you. What I am saying though is to the 50% of the fucking country that doesn't vote because of the undemocratic nature of the Electoral College, which basically prevents them from having any sort of a say whatsoever in our.
Okay, can we be real? The main reason why people don't vote isn't because they have a problem with the Electoral College. Most Americans don't know what it is. The main reason people don't vote is because they're lazy or stupid or apathetic or disengaged. Let's not pretend that the average apathetic voter is somebody who has this wizard's understanding of the American political system and has concluded after extensive research that their involvement is not worthwhile. No, that's not true. It's because we are shouldered into complacency and because it's just a lot of people just have a lot of stuff going on. They just don't think about it or they don't care. These aren't informed decisions for the most part, okay? Talk to the average American about politics. People are shockingly ignorant. Like everyone is. It's incredible. And they should be shamed. Or I should say more accurately, I'm using shaming here, I guess, a little bit flippantly. To be clear, if a person is making an argument for voting for the wrong candidate, i.e. anyone who isn't Joe Biden, I will argue with them. If they consider that shaming, then that's shaming. I will disagree with them. I will say I think that is wrong. But what I really want is for people to vote for Joe Biden. And obviously, for the vast majority of people, that doesn't involve running up and shaming them. It actually involves making good arguments to them. And I can make a myriad of good arguments for voting for Joe Biden. And I have, and I do, and that's my channel. And I'm paid billions to do it by the U.S. State Department. But it's really just about maximizing voter turnout in the correct direction. The shaming thing is a euphemism of their creation, not mine, though I think it's funny to play into it.
Now, presidential election process, I'm telling those people, actually, you can have a difference. If you go vote for the Green Party, that is actually throwing away your vote less than it would be to vote for either of the duopoly candidates. That's my point.
In any given district, what do you think? If more people follow that logic, Republicans would win every time. That wouldn't be good. This just doesn't work. Just stop, please. Stop treating politics like an expression of your own personal character. It doesn't matter and nobody cares. Please stop. I'm a Cornel West voter. Great. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. Nobody cares.
He does, though. He made a whole segment about
please.
That
he does have me on that one. I do care in a purely negative fashion.
Is necessary to get federal funding. And that's another reason why I'm very committed to getting Cornel West to 5%. I think that, yes, ranked choice voting is massively, massively important and that we do need to work on.
I hope Cornel West never, ever, I know he won't. There's a 0% chance of it happening. However, if he did get 5%, I still think that'd be bad because he's a crank and I don't want him out there on the debate stage making leftists look bad. Sorry, buddy, if we're going to listen, okay, Bernie Sanders was an actual good leftist candidate who knew how to speak to people. Have you seen the way Cornel West talks about shit? Oh my God, absolutely not. I don't care if he's been like a historical activist. That doesn't make you a good politician. So true.
Oof, bad take from Vosh. What are you talking about? Cornel West is one of the most moving fucking orators in all of American politics, right?
Because you're already a leftist who agrees with him. He's absolutely not. That's massive cope. The average person does not. Okay.
Like, this is freaking completely ridiculous. You know, an abomination. Fucking. I don't even have words to find to dispute. What are you talking about? Have you ever heard of this? What do you mean go up there and make people look like a crank? Bernie Sanders could barely talk at all. He was up there being like, look, when I was.
What? Bernie Sanders was an obscenely popular candidate who shifted from independent to Democrat to run in the primaries, came incredibly close to beating Hillary Clinton, and the entire time managed to shift the platform leftward. He struck a perfect balance of optimistic activist speech and pragmatic politician speech, so much so that he was effective even in speaking to Republican voters. What do you mean?
As a boy, I can't even get into my Bernie impression right now. This is too ridiculous. It's too ridiculous. I'm beyond words. I can't even find it. It took me this long to find it. Now I have to talk to you like this for a little bit because I finally found it. When I was a boy in the Brooklyn Dodgers, they moved a big stadium from Brooklyn all the way to Los Angeles. As I said, I'm never gonna forgive big corporations ever again. You don't remember that guy? He had to. We literally talked about how Bernie Sanders' candidacy was made by his surrogates like Cornel West, who were able to.
The most popular and effective independent candidate running as a Dem in the modern era was made by Cornel. Okay, this is like a fantasy story. You could tell Bernie Sanders was charismatic because his biggest flaw was that he was repetitive when he spoke, and he tended to go over the same points over and over with little iteration. And people loved him so much that they didn't even mind and would lovingly refer to it. Everyone I saw was like, oh, well, Bernie Sanders doing the same talking, and people like, there he goes again. Like, people wouldn't even mind because he was so endearing and he hit that like a curmudgeonly old grandpa vibe so well that it came across as super endearing, you know? Like he was speaking to you personally around a campfire or like at the dinner table.
Move people. Like, this is crazy. Cornel West has been moving people his whole life. He literally is I don't know the nomenclature, reverend, pastor, preacher. I didn't grow up in churches. I don't know what the fuck the difference is. Anyway, he's like a theologian kind of a guy, very religious, spiritual man. And yeah, of course, I think that actually connects him to people. Like, Vosh thinks that the American people are going to think some guy's crazy because he's in touch with the Bible. That is just further fucking reinforcement that you should.
I didn't mention the Bible.
never take anything that Vosh says about flyover country serious again. Because guess what, dude? Even though you have a bunch of guys like me who are out here being like, yeah, we're fucking lefties. We don't give a fuck about religion. We're from Kansas City. That is not how most people believe things here. Okay, even the people that are going to agree with you on the leftist politics, like they still have spirituality close to them. They still have their religion close to them. In fact, there are a lot of people here who that actually is what drives them towards their activism. Right? It's not a bad thing. It's not something you have to be afraid of. It's very different from the extremely judgmental, tyrannical, Christian evangelicalism that a lot of people have been so turned off by. So I actually, again, I maintain that Cornel West would actually be better off reaching these kinds of voters that Vosh seems so concerned with until the rubber hits the fucking road, right? By rooting his politics in the Jesuit teachings of Christianity and being like, this is what Jesus was actually about, and making them confront that and having that be part of the moral dilemma. That they're going to have to grapple with because nobody else is making them grapple about shit. The Democrats, they're not making them have any kind of moral introspection. Cornel West will.
I've never talked about Cornel West's religious beliefs. Okay.
Bad dog shit take from Vosh. Jesus Christ. Do better, Vosh. Come on, give us something serious. This just sounds butthurt.
Yeah, 100%. It's one thing to say, hey, I don't think voting third party is going to be successful, therefore I've decided against it. That's a strategic difference. It's one that we can debate. But to say that Cornel West is not a powerful speaker, to say that he's not good at communicating, that's just fucking false. That's just a lie.
I said that he wouldn't be an effective politician, which I fully stand by. Also, I'm going to be honest with you. Yeah, I don't think he's that great of a communicator. I feel like, oh man, do I want to bust out a hot take? Yeah, I do. Remember the two representatives in the Tennessee, was it Senate or the Tennessee Congress? I'm forgetting their names right now, but they were ousted for being based and red-pilled. And the one of them, he spoke straight out of the civil rights movement. The two Justins, right? Which was the one who just legit spoke like he was being filmed in black and white? You know what I mean? That one was Justin. They were both Justin. Justin Jones? Yeah, okay. That guy, to me, felt like a modern take on the, preacher activist speak. You know what I mean? A politician, a preacher, an activist, a person who captivates, who holds your attention when he speaks. I think that Cornel West is the unupdated variant of that thing. When Cornel West talks, I don't feel like I'm listening to a modern take on that aesthetic of speech. I feel like I'm listening to that aesthetic of speech decades out of time, if that makes any sense. That doesn't mean that it's wrong to speak that way. It just means that Cornel West is a lot older than Justin Jones. And so the mode of engagement has shifted with time. You can judge for yourselves if you want. I don't think he sounds like he would make for a good politician. Primarily because I think he talks in whimsy. But you can here. Oh, here's Cornel West being defended extensively by The Hill, the right-wing quote-unquote news org. Here we go. Here's him saying something agreeable.
Trouble tonight in paradise. Panic in the Democratic Party. Joe Biden's re-election is anything but certain. Multiple challengers now threaten to derail left-wing Scott.
Oh, indeed. I appreciate you having me back and hope you and your family are doing all right. It's been a while, my brother.
I love when you call me Brother Sean. You're always welcome to do so. You are saying that Biden committed crimes against humanity, against black Americans. And you said his record on race issues, and you called out the Democratic Party's history. Let me ask you this. Why overwhelmingly do minorities and African Americans, Hispanic Americans, why are they still continuing to vote in large numbers in the Democratic Party?
Well, I swear to God, if he just frames this as an anti-Democrat talking point and he seriously goes on and talks to Sean Hannity and he's like, well, here's why the Democrats are racist. I swear to God.
As I think more and more fellow citizens are reaching the conclusion that the whole system is so rotten, brother. You got both parties that are so corrupt with politicians who are tied to big money. This is true for Republicans.
Okay, saying both.
It's true for Democrats. You were talking about Brother Trump himself. and Biden's connection to Stennis, Biden's connection to Thurman. We know, brother, his own father has been tied to the Klan. Trump's language about black people.
Hold on a second. I've never heard his father.
The racism cuts.
Professor.
Okay, now I'm going to ask you all to live in reality for a second and not give me a cuck answer that you're holding back on. Does he or does he not speak like a presidential candidate typically does in America? There's an objective answer. Now, the reason why we have these biases and associations are absolutely racialized. For example, a Southern drawl from a black man is considered unprofessional. A Southern drawl from a white man is not only considered acceptable, but there are men with Southern drawls in America's House and Senate in D.C. There is absolutely a racial bias. There's a lot about his presentation that speaks to this. He looks and acts like an activist or like a professor, maybe. He doesn't act like a politician to me. Now, is that an unfair and entirely aesthetic judgment? Yeah, certainly. There's a lot that goes into being a politician that's totally unfair. Being tall is a huge one, for instance. If you're a man and you're tall, far taller than your opponent, you're likelier to win by a decent margin. That's just how it is. That's not good or fair, but it's also something worth considering. In his case, it's just he talks like a professor. He talks like a professor. He talks like an aging activist. He doesn't I love Slavoj Žižek. Exactly. Pop out draft. Perfect. Slavoj Žižek. I love Slavoj Žižek, except for the trans stuff. I don't think Slavoj Žižek would make a great politician for 50 reasons, for an innumerable number of reasons. So this is one of the things. When I say he's a crank, though, I think I'm referring to largely to the stuff he said on Ukraine and some of his broader positions. But in this case, I'm mostly talking about viability as a candidate from an aesthetic perspective. Skip to 538 to listen to Justin Jones speak. Did you guys know that there is a state? No.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I want to welcome the people back to the people's house. I want to welcome democracy back to the people's house.
A little further around.
That time itself is ready for a change, that time has come back here in Nashville, Tennessee. That truth crushed to the ground will rise again, that what you intend for evil can be used for good, to restore the heart of democracy in our state. And so I come here to stand with my constituents, with the people of Tennessee, to say that no unjust attack on democracy will happen unchallenged. That the abuse of this body will not happen in the comfort of silence. And so I come here, most importantly, though, not as an individual, but I come here to say that the people of District 52, 78,000 people, have a voice in this chamber once again.
He's a very charismatic guy. Anyway, this segment has dragged on for so long. Let's conclude it.
That's blatantly incorrect. And to call him a crank when he basically has the same platform as Bernie Sanders, he takes it a little bit further in the anti-imperialist direction. I don't think Bernie was talking about, abolishing NATO, but that's not a crank.
Yeah, that's a crank position. Yeah, no, that's a crank position, by the way. That is actually. It is. And his positions on Ukraine.
Crank position? That's not a fucking crank position. That's just being an anti-imperialist.
No, it's not.
But again, you can disagree with that. But to call him an ineffective communicator that makes the left look bad, are you fucking kidding me? It is, without a doubt, the fact that Cornel West is a better communicator than Bernie Sanders. Now, obviously, Bernie Sanders had more political experience.
That's just not true. I'm sorry, that's not true. I've listened to both of them speak plenty. That's just not true. That's ridiculous.
So I can understand the case for him being a better politician or a better candidate, but to say that he's better at communicating a leftist message or a leftist perspective than fucking Cornel West, one of the greatest communicators in modern American history, are you fucking...
Jesus Christ. How? Oh my God. Were they paid by the fucking Green Party? Holy shit. I've listened to Cornel West. He's a fine speaker. I think that he suits the role of an activist. Well, the idea that he's the greatest in... Come on.
The same guy that's about to tell you to vote for Joe Biden wants to give a lecture about communication skills. Give me a fucking break. Put a sock in it.
Joe Biden won. The purpose of the communication skills is the ability to win, and he won. I don't praise Joe Biden for his communication skills. I just don't want the Republicans to win. All right, well. That was exactly as productive as I imagined it would be. All right. That was a whole lot of 3 hours, 10 minutes of preamble to get to before we get to any of the shit in the title. I am going to hit the add button, use the restroom. I'm going to read these donos. And then next, we're going to do the DeSantis thing. And then I'm going to decide whether or not the Ben Shapiro 40-minute video is worth doing when I'm already near the end of the stream and don't want to run for 2 hours long. Let me hit the button. Did I ever tell you guys about, like, the first time I remember using a urinal? I have a very distinct memory of this. You know, when I was growing up at, like, 2 or 3 or whatever, when do people stop using diapers? It's like 1 year? I don't fucking know, whatever. But, like, when you're really young, you, like, sit down to pee, right? Even if you have a dick. And then, like, even when you're older, like 4 or 5 or whatever, your parents usually take you in the bathroom, right? Like, if you're out shopping with your mom, the mom takes you into the women's restroom. You don't, like, go separate into the men's restroom. Like, I think that's, like, normally what happens. I don't remember how old I was. It was probably, like, 6 or 7, but I think I was at my mom's work at the time, and I needed to pee, and I was there because mom had picked me up from kindergarten, but had to finish a thing. But I had to use the restroom. So she was like, "Okay, here's the key to the restroom. It's literally, like, right there, and I'm right here. So you just go, like, you're fine, you know. Just use the restroom." And they had urinals, and I don't think I'd ever seen a urinal before because my mom would take me into the women's restroom. So but I knew what they were because I'd been told about them. So I thought, oh, like, well, you can stand to pee. Well, I can stand to pee. I'm a big grown 6-year-old boy now. So I stand in front of the urinal and I drop my pants entirely to my feet. So, it's expressing dominance over the other people in the restroom. Yes, one does. Sorry. Trust me, Vosh, 99% of kids did this. Well, the thing that I remember is that after I was finished peeing, I turned around while, like, reaching out to pull my pants back, and while turning around, there was somebody entering the restroom, and it was just a fucking businessman who caught me, like, I swear to God, he had a suitcase in hand, and just, like, while I'm pulling my pants and underwear back up. And I look at him, I'm like, well, in my head, I'm thinking, well, I just did that perfectly. I nailed that. And I just walked right out. And I didn't wash my hands, which I would today, of course. Yeah. But in my head, I'm thinking, like, I nailed that, you know, like flawless. I feel bad for that guy. It must have been pretty fucking awkward for him. Oh my God. Yeah, I see, Thana. Have you played Pikmin 4 yet? Yes, and it's great. Okay, donos, that's right. Then I'm gonna continue. Rage in 96 Red. Thank you for the $5. Cathardiac Arrest. Thank you likewise. If a non-political YouTuber uses Twitter to promote Tucker Carlson's interview with Andrew Tate, is my job as a leftist to not support his content anymore? Don't worry about it. That's boycotting bullshit. You can do what you want. You don't have a moral obligation to never participate in any processes which help people who have bad ideas. If you don't want to, don't want to. Shrug and Bug, thank you for the $5. Yeah, we can talk more about climate activism in the future, at least the parts of it that I can talk about on stream. Fun Mittens and Probably Abbott, thank you for the tier 1 subs both. I'm sorry about Nova Scotia floods. I read about those, Probably Abbott. Hope you're doing okay. Thank you, Fun Mittens. No Icons, thanks to the tier 3 sub. Really appreciate that. Vast Mudyan, thank you for the $20. Sorry I missed the UFO segment, but I wanted to plug Mick West's YouTube channel. He's a game developer who debunks UFO videos with math and science. It's glorious. Nice. Yeah, one of the best ways to debunk these videos is if you know trigonometry, you can...
Let's bring in the other side.
Sorry.
Mick West, science...
Oh, he was on the news as well. That's nice. Sorry about the noise blast there. If you're familiar with trigonometry, you can work out what positions things should be in given their expected sizes. There it is. This is not a form of debunking I can engage in, of course, because I don't know trigonometry and am not phenomenal at math, but some people are. So, yeah. Oh, look, he's even talking about David Grush. That's the guy we were looking at. Revengeance the Musical, thanks to tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that. It's very kind of you. Sake with the 4 tier 1 subs. Can I get a true? Me telling Dr. Strange that there and Sake's input changed my plans, knowing full well I'll forget it the first time a chicken nugget enters my mouth after stream. You would have been wrong if you'd made this meme any time for the past month, Sake, but after it being out for a while, I was finally able to get my hands on my preferred chicken nugget brand just yesterday. I immediately made some delicious nugs that Ruben waddled over to and started aggressively sniffing because he wanted to eat the nuggie. Love him. He's so cute. Correct, Panic Stasis. Ruben's been doing very well, by the way. He's playing a bit with Pigeon, though Pigeon needs to work on how she plays, because the only cat Pigeon's ever played with before is Artemy, and Artemy's huge and strong, so Pigeon plays way too hard with Ruben. But we're getting her to work on it. Yeah, I don't think she's trying to be mean. I think she's just playing. What's your opinion on compulsory voting? I like it. I like it. Zagafer, thank you for the $5. Voting third party is like bringing a stick to a gunfight. True. Casey's the $5. The Extra Life guy talking about AC6's graphics mattering to the gameplay is dumb when AC1 is fun to play and looks like this. Well, hold on. I'm not a... Oh, I thought you were saying Assassin's Creed 1. Okay, I wasn't going to defend that. I really do think... I'm going to make an argument that Video Game Donkey has made and say, if you're ever interested in playing some new games, but you don't know what's out right now that's good, go and play retro games. There are tons of ways to play many retro games, and a lot of them are amazing and feel amazing to play today, and they're literally great, and they're practically free, and they're just sitting there, and you can just go try them, you know? There's so much good stuff out there. Yeah, Nintendo Switch has a pretty extensive retro game library, I believe. No, his name is Stanislav Rubin. We just tend to call him Rubin, Logical Pretzels. Yeah, GOG has a ton of stuff. Even Steam does. Itch.io has a lot of free indie games. It's just, there's a lot of really good stuff out there is all. World Theater, thank you for the $15. Been listening to your debates while renovating the garden. Here's some more great content in the future. Thank you. And good luck with that. I do not have a green thumb. Sake with the 8 tier 1 subs. Thank you very much. Vaush. If your theory is so good, why haven't you already united the world under the banner of Artemy, Scrotomy, and Scrungly? Well, Danil would be on there too, you know, obviously, as a fallen leader. But God willing, one day. They are beautiful and adorable. Ruben is so goddamn cute. Here. I don't know if this will even show, but I want to share it anyway. I don't think this will show. Will this show? Will this show? Is it showing? So cute. Friends yet? Artemy's still wary, but they're getting there. And let me catch up on the YouTube super chats, and then we'll get a move on, huh? Lot of kind super chats. You guys are being wild over here. My goodness. Wait, hold on a second. There was a $100 donation that I didn't just catch in the feed, but I know for a fact that it came in earlier. It's not in super chats, which means it had to have been on the site. But I don't see it there. Did it not update through the thing? Sometimes I feel like it's disproportionately likely to drop big donos, but maybe that's just because I remember the big donos. Here, I think there's a log that I can look at super quick. I don't want to miss anything. Certainly not a super big dono. Let's see. Admin, users, social feeds, integrations. Is that it? What the fuck does that mean? I have no idea what this means. I don't know how White Nervosa does what White Nervosa does. No, that's the chat button. Account. Admin. Area. Bar. How do you do this? Well, I know there's a backlog somewhere. Well, how do I find it then? What if I... Chat's not helping me at all, though I don't know how they'd be able to. Gotcha, Thana. Caught you with your pants down? My pants are always down. Let me see. If I take a look at my own PayPal, then... Does it even do deals that quickly? It does, doesn't it? It's pretty quick. Yeah, there it is. I see them right there, so it was through the site. I wonder why it didn't show up properly. Zan looked at his dono log recently, maybe ask him. So there is a way. There's a button back there that White Nervosa put, and I'm just too stupid to find it. That's why. Oh, if nothing else, I now know the real name of the person who donated to me. No, I haven't checked the super chats yet, Tempest. Wait, it's not? I wonder how Zan did it then. Interesting, Thana. Well, in lieu of something more convincing, I guess I'll say to the person whose real name I know, but username I don't, thank you so much for the $100. Please feel free to email me and let me know what you actually said. It's very, very kind of you. You know, sometimes PayPal just doesn't do the ping. Oh, wait, you know Thana? Oh, yeah, can you just check the dono log? Oh, shit! Does that work? Wait. $20, McWest, $5, $15, 8 tier 1 subs. Doesn't it? It looks like it would work. Where's the, That's weird. I don't see the $100 one there specifically, even though I do see other donation notifications. Would that mean it being dropped would drop it from, like, the ping system in the chat? Damn, well, it almost worked. Well, they're free to email me. Thank you very much, and email me. You can check the VOD. That's too much work. I look forward to their email. Okay, we're moving on. Duly noted, Master Bean. All right. Lava Wings plays the $5. Is Planet Earth and Dark Souls 3 DLC territory yet? We're getting there. I don't know if ash is going to be the predominant geological feature, though. Kevin Mara and Matthew, thank you for the $5 both. Yeah, I saw Matthew. Pretty wild. David, thanks for the 20 CHF. Hey, stud, hope you're doing well. Got a job as an engineer at my local university space and planetology department. Hopefully I can build that Globo Homo orbital space laser soon. Wow! That sounds like a dream job for somebody in that field. Fantastic. I'm very happy to hear that. Good luck. Benjamin Gilbert Liff with the absurdly and offensively kind $20 donation. Thank you so goddamn much, my goodness. If the ice doesn't refreeze by the end of the year, it won't, and we have another equally strong El Nino next year, which is typical after long periods of El Nino, we will see significant sea level rise next year for the first time ever. The climate has finally crossed its tipping point. Yeah, it does kind of feel like this year's the year, you know, where we have slow and incremental progress towards climate disaster, and now finally we're reaching that tipping point where the roller coaster goes real fast. So I guess we'll see. Wouldn't be a bad time to stockpile beans, you know? Just got some beans, if you can. Thank you, Benjamin. Really, I do appreciate the incredibly kind donation. You're very kind to me. Platonic Liquid with $5. The Russian sex camp seems to be a sensationalist tabloid article, but the actual camp, Occupy Seliger, is real and run by Russian youth nationalists. Yeah, we went over like an actual, at some point in the past on stream, we went over like an actual article on it, you know, not a Daily Mail bit, but like a more comprehensive analysis of these camps, and they are quite sinister, you know. Random ass name at the 5 Canadian. Yeah, if we win, I will. Appalachian Anarchist, thanks to $10. Seriously bummed about the impending climate Armageddon, but seeing the beach rise right up next to West Virginia might be cool. Yeah, and on the plus side, you know, Appalachian Anarchist, you're at a high elevation, so you'll be fine, right? Herenya Hope, thanks to 10. Indiana went blue for the first time since 1964 for Obama. Your vote matters. Goddamn right it does. Thank you. The Real Lock, the $5. As someone from GA, these guys infuriate me. You make a state into a swing state by increasing turnout. Get people in red states out and voting blue. Yeah, it's so funny to me that, like, once you parse it all together, their logic is the same as the DNC's, you know? James93, thanks to $20. I agree, don't concede any state. Dems being lazy is why Ohio and Florida are red and why Texas is still red. Yes! We need infrastructure in all states to maintain political power. Georgia would still be red with their attitude. Yeah! It took an incredible amount of work to turn Georgia blue, to produce Blorgia, which was essential. Thank you very much. I completely agree. I'm not giving up on this. The Real Lock, thanks to $2. Yes, we need down ballot votes as well. MNB, thanks to $5. Danny Lopez, likewise. I'm afraid I don't remember Pete Wilson and Prop 187 on account of my memory being bad. Wait, now I seem to be missing a donation in the viewer activity panel of YouTube. That's not even my website. There's a $50 dono that should be there that isn't. What's going on? Is there a problem with, like, the credit companies today? There was a $49.99 donation that was asking me a question that I saw it pop up and it's not here. It's not here. This is infuriating. I know, obviously my highest priority is keeping the stream going, but I want to thank the people who donate to me, especially with the large donos. What happened to that? It was $49.99. I remember that. It was right there. It's not. Rosa of Scouts found it. Thank you. Can you find another one? Okay, there's the $100 dono. Can you find the $49.99 one? What the hell? This actually bothers me. You know, people can accuse me of being a lot of things, but I don't want to be accused of being ingracious. I'm always deeply appreciative of my fans and the people who donate. Seriously, find the $49.99, and thank you. We do have the 100. Matta Baby, thank you for the $100. Thank you so goddamn much. Rolling into my 30s, more self-accepting and confident than ever. Thank you for the insight that guided me there. Much love, Vosh. Be well and fuck Mitch McConnell. See, I don't want to miss that. That's really sweet. I'm about to roll into my 30s myself, and I think self-accepting and confident is a great way to do it. Thank you so much for the incredibly kind donation. I really appreciate it. Yeah, I see the booba. Yeah, you are Knuff. Exactly. Thank you very much. It's very kind of you. You can, Ben Temple. Okay, we got to move through these donos, even if the credit companies are... Even if the deep state's keeping me from seeing these donations. Randy with the $20. It's always been weird to me how Christians don't seem to care about how climate change hurts animal life when the first order God gave humans was to take care of the animals in the Garden of Eden. They should care the most. The problem is that a lot of Christians either believe that A, humans are incapable of disrupting God's environment, and B, that if the environment is truly being disrupted, it's because the rapture is happening. Every generation of Christians has believed that they were seeing the last. Like, this happens all the time. And now, finally, we have done something actually apocalyptic to the planet. So, it's basically death cult shit, you know? Terry Frownfelder, thank you for the $10. I think the problem with the Vanguarder guys is that they're obsessed with the presidency. Progressives need to do a bottom-up strategy if we want to push the party left. Voting third party is a top-down. Yeah, and keeping the fascists from ever winning. That's critical. I know that for a fact, Dana, yes. Ben Temple with the incredibly kind $50. I really appreciate that. Hey, Vosh, mostly playing devil's advocate. Unless I'm mistaken, you argued that if you think voting in deep red states is useless, don't do it, but it'll remain useless. But then you say voting third party is inherently useless. So the reason for that is because third parties are systemically incapable of changing the party duopoly in our current system. All they can do is pull votes away from their like party. That's not a product of a lack of effort. That is literally just what they are and what they can do. Whereas there is no potential downside in emphasizing high turnout in states where the outcome already seems decided. It's purely beneficial. Whereas even if there was some kind of imaginary best case scenario where everyone in the Dems votes for third party plus a few more independents, and then they beat out the Republicans or whatever, which won't happen. But even if it did happen, right, we have to acknowledge that the overwhelmingly more likely outcome is pulling votes away from the Dems because they're split between the two parties. Whereas there is no potential negative outcome to encouraging higher voter turnout for Dems in blue and red states. There's no trade-off. It's pure benefit. And thank you. Grizz Fu with the $5. I'm afraid I don't know that much about Ralph Nader apart from the, basic electoral stuff. I haven't looked into him. Okay. Getting rid of that cough drop. Okay. We still have donos to read, but fuck. Okay, we need to move forward, guys. We're not going to have time for the Ben Shapiro Barbie thing. That'll be tomorrow's stream. That has to be tomorrow. We're almost at the end of stream. We did so much. Guys, we did like 20 segments, okay? We did like 20 segments. Besides, it was going to be spoilers anyway. It's a spoilers stream. Go see Barbie. Take the time to see Barbie. You promised? I never promise anything. That's not true. Okay, we still have something to talk about. Shut up. All right. Remember how this was just the other day? I talked on stream about how Ron DeSantis' campaign team retweeted a video that showed how Ron DeSantis was a cool, epic-based Wojak man, Giga Chad, for being racist and xenophobic and transphobic, and that Trump was a cuck gaylord, and the end of the video was 8 seconds of DeSantis superimposed over the Nazi symbol, the Sonnengrad, while soldiers marched towards it. You remember that? And then, of course, they, unretweeted the video when it was found out. And I said that the people who retweeted the video within the DeSantis campaign team, they did not accidentally do so. They knew it was a Nazi symbol. They were aware of the fact that it was a Nazi meme. And they only unretweeted it when other people within their group pulled back on it. Well, guys, wouldn't you believe it? I'm right again. Though I was more right than I expected. They didn't just know about the symbol. The DeSantis team made it. An employee of DeSantis's campaign team made the video through another account and then retweeted it through the main account. So it wasn't just, and we know the guy too. He's a Nazi. He's a Nick Fuentes fan. And what's more, these are things that were known about him before he was hired. He wasn't accidentally hired as a Nazi. He was known to be one, observably. They do background checks when you run with campaign teams. And he was employed anyway. Nate Huckman, a speechwriter on the DeSantis campaign, former writer, created the video on his own. So, speechwriter on the DeSantis campaign and former writer for the National Review, by the way. So not just like a guy who makes them coffee. This person wrote words that DeSantis placed in his own mouth. And he was a Nazi and is known to be a Nazi. The DeSantis campaign is willfully hiring Nazis. He looks about how you'd imagine he looks, by the way. There you go. That's the guy. Nick Fuentes fan. Not surprising. Come couch shenanigans and shoe. Maybe they've met each other. Who knows? Who cares? Hope he's having fun. But what facts of the world can we determine from this? Well, first of all, the DeSantis campaign is knowingly hiring Nazis, not only as coffee boys and janitors, but also as speechwriters. This is because the DeSantis administration is, as far as I'm concerned, effectively an openly pro-Nazi organization. He could not even bring himself to denounce the Nazis who were protesting in his favor outside of Disney. The Moms for Liberty Association has openly, sort of besmirched Holocaust victims by coughing through a moment of silence for those who died during the Holocaust. DeSantis openly works with them. It is just a pro-Nazi organization. And this is something that's gone on behind the scenes for ages, right? Nazis never went away in America. Their ideological contingent has long worked to legitimize themselves within the Republican Party, and now they have done so within the DeSantis campaign. And DeSantis is aware of this, I am sure. There's no ambiguity. It might as well be a Nazi campaign. Now, of course, DeSantis is losing, and I think that there's a big association between these things, right? DeSantis is, in addition to being ungainly and not particularly charismatic, also doesn't seem to have a very good read on what people want. The Republican voter said that they were not interested in nonstop talk about anti-wokeness. DeSantis responded by claiming he was going to investigate and then sue Bud Light for working with a trans woman, and then had it written into the Florida educational curriculum guidelines that the benefits of slavery should also be discussed in class. So Ron DeSantis' response to people saying, please talk about anything else, is to go, okay, well, we'll just be worse then. This is because, as I've said many times before, fascists are categorically incapable of rationally analyzing the threats or obstacles that they face. They can't do it. They can't do it because the fascist has to exist in a perpetual state of glory over opposition and fear-mongering against opposition. There has to be a constant whiplash back and forth between terror at the humiliation and power of those who stand before you and triumph over the degenerates who run in your wake. That is the mind state of a fascist. It's the only things they can think about. Their life is completely dedicated to the oscillation between these two states. And because of this, they're really, really, really bad at rationally deciding what to do next. They're just not good at it. This is one of the reasons why the Trump campaign was relatively successful from 2015 and onward, and sort of fell off in perceived effectiveness quite a bit towards the end of Trump's campaign, or right around the January 6th time. You might remember, guys, what did we learn? At the beginning of Trump's presidency and the later bits of his campaign, who was backing Trump? Well, for one, the entire Republican Party. But who was in the entire Republican Party? Well, a lot of neocons. Now, neocons are evil, but they're procedurally evil. They're evil in ways that indicate an awareness of the systems we live in. They're evil in ways that allow them to manipulate. Fascists less so, because they are too loud and dogmatic and too stupid. This is why when you look at the MAGA crowd, you think of people like Marjorie Taylor Greene, whose epic own on the Biden family is holding up Hunter's girthy 9.5-inch cock printed on a paper in Congress. That's her, strike against the opposition. Whereas Mitch McConnell, much more effectively as a neocon, struck against the Obama administration by holding up a Supreme Court justice appointment until after the next presidency, thereby stealing a seat from the Democrats. Much more effective, wouldn't you agree? There is a greater understanding of procedural effectiveness there. So what I'm getting at is that over time, the effective agents of the Republican Party have been whittled away and pulled out of power. The January 6th escapade and all the court cases filed by the Trump campaign in 2020 and 2021, Rudy Giuliani was not the best lawyer they could have gotten, huh? The Kraken, remember the Kraken lady? Speaking of, just today, Rudy Giuliani said, oh yeah, by the way, I was lying. They were cranks. They were lunatics. They were freaks. As time went on, Trump became a less and less effective advocate for his own interests because he didn't have the support network of institutionally educated and patient people. Does everyone agree with this? I think this is like a sound take, right? You go from the beginning of the Trump presidency where he has the full weight of the GOP behind him, and at the end he still does, but the people directly around him are mostly far-right cranks because he's appointing loyalists over anyone else because he wants yes-men, not people who will second-guess him. Now, the thing with DeSantis is that DeSantis is all of that, but worse. DeSantis is the favored guy by the GOP because he's easier to control, but the problem is that being easier to control in DeSantis's case also means that there aren't any overriding personality elements that prevent him from just being a fucking Nazi. So Trump's narcissism gets in the way of white glory in a way that Ron DeSantis's empty shell of a personhood doesn't. So you don't run into all the obstacles that you do with Trump where things get in the way of the farthest possible rightward drift, and you just get Nazi speechwriters. And the problem with that is that Nazis are really fucking dumb. It was really stupid of Nate Hochman, who I assume was doing this so he could talk to his buddy Nick Fuentes and brag about it, to make a Nazi video and then retweet it from a main account, thereby centering on the person he's ostensibly supposed to be supporting this. It's actually bad for your political movement, even for a modern day Republican candidate, to just openly post Nazi propaganda. That's not actually, the subtlety is lost. You need the subtlety. That's how it works. Without the subtlety, it doesn't. And this is what people mean, and what I mean when I talk about fascism being innately self-defeating. The inability to rationally analyze these obstacles and how to respond to them means that there's a tendency towards greater dogmatism, towards greater irrationality with time. Because you never want to be the guy in a room full of fascists to silence the discussion and say, okay, well, that's a great narrative, but we need to focus on reality here. Because what do they call you? They'll call you a fucking degenerate. You can't do that. You couldn't do that in Nazi Germany, and in a lot of spaces with Republicans, you can't do that today. You can't settle things down because that's a deviation from the dogmatism, from the party line. So things have to get more extreme and more extreme and more extreme, and eventually you get to a point where people are like, oh, well, you know, we've come this far. Let's just openly post Nazi propaganda. Why not? But we don't live in a Nazi country, so the average voter just tends not to think well of that. Even fascist Republicans don't think well of it, you know? Like, the average Republican voter who is a fascist isn't, like, cognitively a fascist. They wouldn't say, I'm a fascist. They just believe that America is under threat from foreign and internal influences and that, you know, elites have caused a spread in degeneracy and blah, 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 right? They believe those things. But if you told them, you're describing fascism, this is a fascist narrative, they would say, whoa, no, wait, no, I just love my country and I just think things have gone too far with this liberal bullshit. They don't think they're fascists even if they are. And if they don't think they're fascists, they're not going to hop on board the self-admittedly Nazi train. You know what I mean? You understand what I'm talking about, right? There's a huge difference between what people are and what people think they are, but sometimes a shock to reality can actually be really detrimental to a party who's trying to push extremism. You don't want, as a Republican, you don't want your voters to think that they're on the road to Nazism. That's the thing that the left says to pull them out of that road. You don't want them thinking that. So, yeah, this is, well, not good for their campaign. I think there's a lot that you can take from this about the DeSantis campaign and the state of the GOP in general. And I just, the Nate guy has written articles about Nazis being a myth in the U.S. Oh, yeah, I saw this. The guy who made the Nazi video and retweeted the Nazi video is a friend with Nazis and believes in Nazism, has, of course, written articles in the National Review saying, the left calls everyone a Nazi, because they're cowards, of course, and they don't own their politics. The funny thing is that strategically speaking, this is actually the correct thing to do. If you're a fascist and you want to win, if you're a Nazi and you want to win, lie. Lie, 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 lie. Why lie? Obviously, your politics are retarded, your beliefs are incoherent and horrific, and the people who represent them are monsters. Obviously, you have to lie. So something happened in between December 6, 2022, and a couple days ago, vis-a-vis his, you know, consideration for the value of optics. The president of the New York Young Republicans got caught today, too. Is that true? I know TPUSA used to get caught all the time with Nazis in their group. Because, of course, you know, that's like, yeah, obviously, it's TPUSA. It's not. Where am I seeing this? President of the New York Young Republicans. Where am I? You're saying he got caught? A leaked group chat run by New York Young Republican Club President Gavin Wax featured support of race realism, Zyklon B, that's the gas they gas the Jews with, and oven jokes, defense of Richard Spencer, and slurs. Is this the group that Chewin had defended, or was that a different group? Participants included white nationalist James Alsop and Proud Boy Shane Trejo. Wow, what a shock. Young Republican organizations are literally just chock full of, like, Zoomer, Nick Fuentes, 4chan. She was friends with these people? I don't know if that's true. I want to double check that. New York Young Republican Club. Shoe on head. I don't know if this was the one. Was it a different? I think it might have been a different group. Not this one. There was another young something something, but I don't remember if it was the Republican group or yes, it was the New York State Populist League. That's a different group, guys. New York State Populist League, from the bastion of truth known as the Destiny subreddit. That is a different group, not these guys. For all the disagreements that we've had with Shiwanhead and for all of the asinine populist takes that she has had, I hope everyone here understands that, you know, she doesn't actually like Nazis. Unless she's betting with one, of course. But, you know, who among us? Probably a lot among us. Who among us? Me. That's... Yeah. New York State Populist League was run by the same people who run the Young Republicans. Well, I cross-compare, but different organizations. Yes, George K. Speaking of DeSantis, guess who he's considering for an FDA CDC position? Ah, yes. This is what I mean about RFK Jr., man. He did such a shit job of being like a paid PSYOP disruption candidate for the DNC. He did such a bad job. Look at this. Like, immediately, Ron DeSantis is like, you know, oh, yeah, maybe he'd be a part of my cabinet. Oh, that's great. Oh, you're going to do such a good job disrupting Democrat votes. You know, hi, my name is RFK Jr. All I have to talk about is how COVID's bad. We should hang Fauci. And also, every right-winger in the country loves me. I'm here to make you reconsider voting for Joe Biden. What are you talking about? Come on. Terrible job. Terrible job. Look, if there's anything that I want you guys to take from this, it's hope, all right? One of the biggest narratives that I hate from World War II is that the Nazis were competent. They just weren't. The sole element of competence that I think you can fairly ascribe to the Nazis were legitimate advancements in military doctrine, along with some fairly impressive technologies for their time, a lot of which they cribbed off of Jewish scientists or Jewish Nation scientists who they very selectively decided not to kill because they were useful to the fatherland. In every other element of their temporary successes, it's mostly a matter of zeal, not competence. Zeal is effective, but it's no replacement for competence. The actual governance of Germany on an economic, political, and military level was terrible. And that's because, again, fascism is anti-reality. You can't sanely govern a modern country under that doctrine. You just can't. You can't do it. It's not possible. You can run a shambling husk of a country for a time. You can make compromises and concessions. You can do things the way the Chinese do, for example, where you have like a broad range of permissions given in both industry and political life, as long and you maintain the totalitarian elements in some specific ways. You can go the North Korea route and shut yourself out from the world, but the kind of fascism we're dealing with here in the States, this actual red blood Nazi white boy shit, is a kind of irrationality that is not self-sustaining. It just can't survive on its own for long. They're too stupid. So take some heart from that. I mean that sincerely. This isn't me being vindictive. I just want you guys to know, as bad as things may seem at times, your enemy is ontologically retarded. You're facing down a foe that is ideologically incapable of analysis the way that you are. Democrats fuck up a lot. I'm not saying neoliberals are phenomenal at country governance or anything like that, but they're a damn sight better than fascists are. And even when fascists do gain power, they immediately splinter and fragment. They tear themselves apart. They look for new enemies. They contradict themselves. They reevaluate their paradigms and shift them in ways that aren't to their benefit. And then they realize that and they shift them back. They're contradictory. In ways that assure their destruction. You know, it's mathematical. It's inevitable. So take that to heart. I think that we should celebrate every instance of overt incompetence on the part of our opposition. I think it's emotionally important that we do that. I just don't want people to get the impression that we're all falling victim to a slow, well-laid and deliberate trap, set out by evil but competent people. We're not. There's a lot of enthusiasm and some competence on the other side, but for the most part, we're dealing with a gaggle of squabbling retards. Which is great. I prefer that, personally, to the myth of the cold, efficient Nazi. Is this real? From Shoe on Head. Okay, this app sucks ass. I'm done. If you want to find me, I'll be using it. And then she hid Elon Musk's reply of laughing emoji flex. As I understand it, Shoe fucking hates Elon, which is a good political position to take. So that's quite good. All right. Folks, we've talked about a lot of politics today, haven't we? Now, we did miss the Ben Barbie thing, but I think that's a fine thing to talk about tomorrow, especially since a 40-minute video from Ben is going to be a 2-hour video from me, assuming I can stomach all of it. We'll get to it. Let me finish these last donos. Bosh, are we talking today? Oh, I forgot. Can we do it tomorrow? Maybe I'll even get some sleep tonight. Wouldn't that be great for my mind? No? Yeah, it's not really a question. Okay. Chef 109, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Zbaichu, thank you for the $5. Really appreciate that. In Polish, there are some handy shortcuts for Stanislaw, Stasio, Stas, which would spell like Stasio or Stash. Cheers, you cunt. There are lots of things you can call the little idiot. The Bread Boy, thank you for the $10. A few minutes behind on stream, but my first time using a urinal, I hadn't heard of them. I picked up the urinal cake, showed it to my dad, and said, "What's this?" Yeah. Yeah. You're welcome, Tempest. Well, we're all goofy goobers when we're young. IMO, thanks to the tier 1 sub. Sometimes I wish I could do what you do, except in my own language. The far right in my country is very popular, but it isn't being challenged hard enough. Well, maybe you can. Making it big in content creation is, heavily luck dependent, of course, but there's always something that can be done. Mean Former, thank you so much for the tier 4 sub. I really appreciate that. Long-time watcher, first-time subscriber. Happy to have you here. Thanks for paying your viewer tax. I really appreciate it. Dolphin Dive 360, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Finished my first year at my doctoral program for a side degree, and your content has got me really interested in writing my dissertation on gender-affirming care. Nice! Go for it. We need a lot more research in that department. See, we've got 5 million studies saying that transitioning is healthy to trans people, but we need 5 million and one. Otherwise, we're never going to convince these guys. Good luck. Poggy, thank you for the 125 currency unknown to me. Thank you very much. Thanks for keeping me and my Chihuahua company in the Philippine Super Typhoon. That tells me what currency it is. You're the best and only rhetorician I watch or know of. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you for saying I'm the best and only one that you know of. Good luck with that Super Typhoon. It's only going to get worse. Marin, thank you for the $5. You've moderated... You've moderated a few debates recently. I was wondering how you feel about moderating debates in general. It can be fun. I do generally prefer participating, though. Appalachian Anarchist, thank you for the additional $10. Just reached the Appalachian Grandpa bit. literally me with my papa. Look, you just stay dry up there, okay? But yes, thank you. I really appreciate it. Who was that guy who recently released a big video where he travels through Appalachia and looks at the poverty there? You know what I'm talking about, don't you? Got a couple million views in the first week. Yeah, here it is. Poorest region of America.
You work for, which is insane.
And most kind people that
Been told is in most haulers, everyone knows everyone really.
And they'll just blow that coal out just like a explosion. Make it with coal. So
They could above the hauler.
That's cool. And it was kind of hard. A degree in history and archaeology.
Nice.
Huh. Based, Rodzilla. Bro, I love Southern accents. Those aren't Southern. This is Appalachia. West Virginia to Eastern Kentucky. Well, I've heard some people say Kentucky is in the South. I don't think West Virginia is. Hill people. Yes, it's hill people. There we go. Spiritually Southern? Yeah. West Virginia is on the border of the South. Okay, West Virginia is pretty far north. The South is getting awfully tall. All right. Still live. Thank you for the $5. Is fascism overall losing in the United States? Right now, I think that in the upcoming election, Biden will win the presidency. Dems will gain in the House but lose the Senate. That's my guess. I don't know if that's going to happen, but I think that we still have a lot of hard times to come, but I think there's a very real possibility that some of the signs that we've seen lately have been positive indicators. But a lot can change. A lot can change. America has a lot of accents? Yes, it does. Well, many places have a lot of accents. God damn. Okay. Folks, you'll never guess where you're going next. Looks like Dylan Burns is going to be hosting some kind of Ukraine debate. Debates. Remember when we used to do those? I'm going to send you on over there. Go be nice to Dylan. Ask him how he's doing. Ask him if he's been, I don't know, bombed to bits. He's over in Ukraine right now, I think. Presumably he hasn't because he's streaming, but, you know, who can say? It's good to check. Take care. Be kind. I'll see all of you tomorrow. Today's Tuesday or Wednesday? Today's Wednesday. So tomorrow I have D&D later in the day. So, yeah, I'll stream earlier. Okay. I'll see you guys soon. Stupid cough.